Okay, we are live. Hello. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Guess what? I've got a face cam now, like I'm a gamer or something. Hi. Welcome, everyone, to the stream. Thank you for some of the people who have popped in today. Be sure to put any comments in the comment section if you want to ask anything, say anything. But I'm super excited for this stream right now. It is actually my birthday right now, and I have 6 birthday presents to open. I am judging the Inrupt Solid Hackathon, and there are 6 people who have submitted for the Inrupt Solid Hackathon, so I'm super excited to see what they've submitted. And also thank you to all the contestants who have submitted something for this hackathon. I haven't looked at all of them yet. I haven't looked at any of them, save for one, and I'll get into why that is in the future. But it was probably a lot of work to go in and create these projects, so I'm excited to see what it is. So, with that, let's get started. What is the Solid Hackathon? I'm going to swap to the desktop here. We can start with the Solid Inrupt Hackathon page here for September 11th through October 1st. Teams have tirelessly been grinding away trying to build a solid app that works with the data transfer initiative. So let's go into it. We'll just read this. Join us for a virtual Solid Hackathon. Be a part of the grand evolution of the web. Solid. More than a mere protocol or concept, Solid represents a seismic shift, an unstoppable moment evolving daily with inspiring developments taking root across the globe. It's the essential component of the web's third layer, the crucial jigsaw piece absent in 1989, now fitting perfectly into place. Man, love the editorializing that we have here. Hey Kabul, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. Now, I'm not going to, please refrain from commenting on anything specific because I know that you are a hackathon participant, so we don't want to skew any of the results, but feel free to comment on anything superfluous. And thanks for being here. As part of our mission to propel data portability and interoperability to new heights, Inrupt, working together with the Data Transfer Initiative, proudly announces another Solid Hackathon. This event heralds a new opportunity for developers worldwide to redefine the boundaries of innovation and creativity. The Data Transfer Initiative works to build data portability tools that allow users to transfer their personal data between services, translating through adapters between interfaces and different data representations. Helping empower users through data is core to the DTI's mission, and the Inrupt/DTI partnership in this event is natural. The theme of this fall's Solid Hackathon is Solid for Social Networks. Social is booming and decentralization is on the rise, but all too often, data isn't the focus. Empowering users to be in control of their data, including managing data across and migrating data to host it on their terms, is one lever that helps close the gap. Hey, the music's a bit loud? Okay, sorry about that. Let me bring that down. Let me know, is that level good? Thanks, AC. I wonder who AC is. Calling all innovators interested in architecting unique solid experiences for their users. Hello, Licky. Hello. Hello. We've got a little kitty down here. I don't know if you can see her. You can see her tail right there. Calling all innovators interested in architecting unique solid experiences for their users. Give wings to your app ideas and take flight amidst the electric community of like-minded developers at this hackathon. I wonder who wrote this. There's certainly a lot of simile here. The rewards for your innovation, not only the thrill of competition and camaraderie, but also cash prizes. The team claiming first place will be awarded $2,500. The second place team will receive $500. Both teams will enjoy the opportunity to showcase their groundbreaking projects at an upcoming Solid World event. If any of you were there for the previous Solid World event. It was fantastic to see a lot of the teams present their work. Join us in this exciting journey of technological evolution. It's time to make your difference, to make a mark, to become part of the next phase of the web. So, excited to see everyone's submissions, but before we get into the submissions, let's get into the review criteria that we have over here. Here we go. I've set this up beforehand. Let's see, we'll go here. So, this is the review criteria by which we will be evaluating the work. And I will try to keep it as best to this review criteria, and I'll go a little bit into how I'm going to think about this review criteria. So, the first thing that we're going to be evaluating on is best use of social networks. Points will be awarded for teams based on the quality of their integration with social networks, technology, or service. This is a little bit more of a subjective category. I'm going to reserve this category until the very end, and then I will make judgments based on the teams that I've seen. Most creative implementation. Points will be awarded to the team that comes up with the most creative and original idea for their project. This is also a subjective category. Hello, Cedric. Hey, Lala says, I only participated to make learnings, which is why I'm very excited to see your feedback live. Well, thanks so much, Lala, for coming in. So anyway, most creative implementation. This is also going to be a subjective category. I'll reserve judgment until I've gone through all 6 of them. Best use of community management and user choice. Points will be awarded to teams based on their incorporation of data and account migration tooling, and allow users to identify and change among social media networks and/or social network moderation and management tooling integrating Solid. Also, another somewhat subjective category, though this one's a little bit less subjective. If I'm seeing a team that didn't do anything that has to do with account migration, that's going to dock points. Then, best use of linked data, 10 points. Points will be awarded to teams based on their use of unstructured documents, such as MD, PDF, audio and video files. Judges will be looking for a blend between unstructured and structured linked data in their solution. So this one is a lot less of a subjective category. I'm looking for both the use of unstructured document and the use of linked documents. When I'm looking at linked documents, there's a few things I'm looking for. One, are you using linked data at all? This could be internal. JSON LD counts as well, as long as you are using a context variable, and that context variable, or that context field is dereferenceable. I'm also looking, are you using predicates and data structures that are used elsewhere? So are you using things like schema.org? Are you using both? Are you using something that you haven't come up with? Because that's what allows for interoperability. I'm also, if you have some kind of schema like Shex or Shackle, that's not going to be evaluated in this. I personally like that, but that wasn't in the judging criteria, so it would be unfair for me to use that as some kind of standard when evaluating this. But I'm also looking for unstructured data like text and PDFs. Then we have best use of access control policies. Points will be awarded to teams based on their use of ACP features. This is going to be also a relatively subjective or relatively unsubjective category. I'm going to be are you using access control? Are you changing access control at all? Also, in this category, it specifically points out ACP, which does mean I'm looking for use of access control policies, not access control lists. I will award partial points for access control lists, but because the criteria is specifically looking at access control policies, I will use that in my evaluation. This is, after all, an Inrupt hackathon, and Inrupt likes to support access control policies over access control lists. And then the final solution, the final category is most scalable solution. The prize will be awarded to the team that creates the most scalable solution. This is going to be also somewhat subjective, somewhat subjective. We'll be looking at the solution and to see, just theoretically, will this grow out to thousands of users? Will it be a small, does it only work with a small number of users? And then making an evaluation based on that architecture. For a max total of 100 points, last time I did judging, no one got 100 points, but maybe there's going to be a project that blows everything out of the water. We'll see. I will say that as we're doing this judging, this isn't the end-all, be-all of the judges. I am only one of 3 judges. In fact, I'm probably the least qualified of the judges. We have Professor Ruben Verbal as one of the judges, obviously PhD, the head of Solid Labs, very qualified to do this judging. I only have a bachelor's degree, so I'm very unqualified. We also have the head of the DTI doing the judging, so she's very qualified to look at things that have to do with data transfer. So know that even though you might be seeing my results on this stream, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that those are going to be the results for the eventual judging, because there's 2 other judges that are very well qualified. So there's still a little bit of suspense that you can have, that you can wait for when it comes time to announce who won the Solid Hackathon. But with that, I think that we are done with all the boilerplate, and we can get into the actual judging. And I'll say that every one of the contestants I asked to have consent to show their thing on stream, and they've provided consent. But if they didn't want, each of them provided consent, but if they didn't want to consent for it, that would have no influence on the judging, and it is completely their right to rescind consent. But every one of them did provide consent, so we're in for a good stream. And this might be a long one. This might be a few hours, but if you're willing to bear with me, then I'm excited to get started. All right, so let's get started with our first submission. Our first submission, submission 1, is the Titan Network. Why is the preview not showing up? Let's see. There we go. Titan Network. Okay, let's take a look at what the team submitted. Hey team, I'm Brevin from Titan Network. It's an honor to participate in the Solid Hackathon. Thank you for participating, Brevin. This PDF is our presentation document. The video explains our ideas. Points that must be clarified. Due to time constraints, we were unable to fully implement our ideas. That's okay, it happens. It's going to have an effect on the judging, but thank you so much for submitting anyway. We apologize for this again, but we have formulated a specific document plan. If you are interested in our ideas, please let us know, and we will proceed with the subsequent development and work according to the plan. Well, I haven't seen the ideas yet, but I'm excited to hear that you're planning on continuing this. That's going to be awesome. In addition, we hope to integrate Solid with Filecoin, which is extremely valuable for Solid. Solid will be able to obtain a large amount of decentralized and secure storage resources from Filecoin located all over the world. This is fantastic. I've heard a lot of people talk about integrating Solid with Filecoin and IPFS before, and there are a lot of great use cases for doing this. Filecoin is it lets you really store things without worrying about having a centralized partner. On the flip side, you are replicating data out to a bunch of different servers. So you want to be sure that this data is intended to be public. Or maybe you could encrypt that data and put it up on servers. The caveat with this is if you are replicating data to a bunch of different servers that's encrypted, that means that encrypted data is open to relatively the public. So you might have problems in 30 years when an encryption standard goes away, when an encryption standard is breakable. You've essentially made data that is breakable public. But that's something that you could do on Filecoin. Cedric says, thank you for presenting this competition. Sadly, saw it too late to participate this round. No problem, Cedric. You can participate next round. He says, I am so willing for this. Sadly, having a meeting at 6 p.m. We'll catch up later. No worries, Cedric. This is all going to be saved to the YouTube channel. Same link. You'll be able to see it on that link, so you can even watch it at 2x speed, which is how I watch any kind of long stream like this. I'll usually put it on in the background while I'm going for a jog, watch it at 2x speed. So no worries if you need to drop out. Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me, and he provides a video link. So let's go ahead and we'll watch the video first, and then we'll go through the PDF attachment. And then we'll go through some code if that's provided. So let me go ahead and mute my music here, and we will watch the video. Everyone, if you could let me know if video levels are good, if everyone can hear everything, we will proceed with the video. All right. Let's go ahead and play it. Yashar says, you are a pro streamer, Jackson. I am sweetly surprised. Thank you. This is the first time, I just got a camera yesterday, so this is the first time that I'm like actually doing streaming with a camera. But that comment's not going to go into the that's not going to go into the evaluation of your thing. I'm still going to evaluate it based on the presentation that you have and the code that you have. All right. Without further ado, let's learn a little bit about Titan Network.
Hello everyone, welcome to the introduction of the Solid Hackathon project. First of all, I would like to thank Solid and Interrupt for hosting this incredible, meaningful, and valuable hackathon. It's absolutely fantastic. Our team name is Titan Network. What we have been looking forward is to acceleration of the decentralized distributed storage area. And guess what? This aspiration of our allegiance seamlessly with the principle of...
I'm hearing volume is a little bit low, so I'm going to go ahead and up the volume here. Here we go.
Solid.
Let me know if that works for you.
In the upcoming video introduction, we are going to walk you through some issues concerning the Titan coupling of authentication and acceleration services and the storage services in the current Solid, CSS, and NSS versions. And around this issue, we are excited to show you our solution. When we use Solid CSS and NSS versions, we have found an issue that is authentication and acceleration services is closely linked to the storage resource services. When we need to use a large amount of storage, this might lead to a decrease in performance. Why does this happen? Just visualize it. Our storage resources services has to deal with heavy I/O requests. If the authentication and acceleration services also run on the same server, then it might rate of I/O requests might influences of normal functioning of authentication and acceleration services. This raises the risk of system issues.
This is a legitimate problem. The fact that most CSS servers and NS servers are deployed as a coupled item. Though it is possible, at least on CSS, to separate these things, it does mean that you need to learn a little bit of components.js, which is somewhat of a headache to do, but you can create a configuration with components.js that is just the storage server and just the identity provider. But you gotta figure that out. So I understand that it's a little bit complicated to do.
Especially when any disk problem occurs, it will directly affect the system's stability and availability of the authentication and the acceleration services. So, to resolve this issue, we have mentioned, we are thinking about pulling out of authentication and authorization services. Let it run on standalone server. There are two advantages of this approach. Firstly, we can disable the storage services of CSS and NSS versions, allowing the authentication and authorization services to run independently. Secondly, we are also able to configure external authentication and authorization services, which enable to centralize the management of these services. By doing so, we can address the issue at hand and make our system run more smoothly. In current structure of the solid CSS and NSS version we are using, we are encountered a small issue where we cannot manually disable the storage resources services. This leads to a situation where we cannot provide authentication and authorization as separate services. Our goal is to first disable the storage function of the data and then move it to reliable hardware device. This way, the device can provide stable, reliable authorization and authentication services. We actually don't want the user to be able to randomly store unstructured data in this hardware device. So how do we do it? It's actually quite simple. We just need to add an optional parameter called disable local storage. These parameters is for users to choose whether or not disable the storage resources services. And the default value is set to no. With these optional parameters, users can decide for themselves whether they want to provide storage resources services or not. After accomplishing the first step, we decided to introduce more decentralized distributed resources network as PODs to provide services for Solid. Let's take the Titan network as an example. It's one of decentralized distributed resources network. In our network, we have various storage providers. Our objective is turn them all into POD providers. Moreover, we anticipated that all these providers use the same domain name. See Titan Network, titannet.io. Our additional consideration is to isolate authentication and authorization services. In doing so, every POD namespace will be unique in the network. At the same time period, service providers simply offer storage resources services without managing their user authentication and authorization. So how do we actualize those thoughts? Our approach introduces two optional parameters. The first one is OpenID provider, intended to define external ODC servers. The second one is the authorization services intended to define external authorization services. In this way, our implementations become possible. This step is critical and provides immense conveniences to all services providers. The application will also contribute to Solid by offering more decentralized resources network, provide more secure and stable services. Our goal is quite clear. That is, we are nailed down to unify authentication and authorization services. Once this is done, it will bring more decentralized distributed network, such as Filecoin, IPFS, and Titan Network, to urgently join us provide more robust resource services for Solid. With these decentralized services, the availability of security of Solid network can be greatly improved. Besides, not only from the perspective resources, but also from the network itself. These two solutions will bring a significant improvement to our Solid CSS NSS system. making it more capable and handling high concurrency, more user-friendly, and more stable and reliable. Next, I would like to share with everyone our development plan and the timeline. 11th of September to 1st of October, we will learn solid code, engage in some thinking and design. The 1st October to 18th of October, we will start writing code, implement our design. 18th of October, we will open source our code and the documentation and submit to solid community. Due to the time conflicts, we sincerely apologize that we are only able to submit our concept and design documents at the moment. If you are interested in our idea, we are willing to continue working on this part in the following time. We sincerely hope that you can support our project, and we will welcome various forms of cooperation. We are confident that as long as our solution is implemented, it will generally enhance the authentication and authorization services in Solid ecosystem. So, what exactly in Titan? The one who possesses these solutions, Titan is cloud market for Web3. It is a project which receives support from the PL grant with investment of $1 million. This was constructed and developed based on Filecoin and IPFS by leveraging the decentralized edge computing technology. It generates the storage and bandwidth and the computation resources from individual users on the platform. The aim is to provide high-quality, secure, and low-cost edge computing services to Web 2 and Web 3. What exactly is Filecoin? In fact, Filecoin is the world's largest decentralized distributed storage network with up to 16.43 AB of storage spaces to data 1,551 PB of data has been securely stored on the network. What even more noteworthy is that team, the founder of Solid and Joy, the founder of Filecoin, have held multiple meetings for in-depth discussion and exchanges. Therefore, based on the fact Titan has gender goal, this combines Filecoin and Solid. We all know that the core concept of Web 3.0 is the separation of data and applications. It's about data ownership, data freedom, individual controlling their own data, authorize the big company to use it, and possible even profit from it. Data application separation protocol, plus decentralized storage, equal massive personal data storage. Demand Titan to lay out from a large Web 3.0 perspectively, making Solid plus Filecoin the first choice for Web 3.0 decentralized storage. These individual pieces of data are very important. This could be medical data, fitness data, pet data, and other privacy data. The data application separation protocol plus decentralized storage equals massive demand for personal data storage. In terms of storage solutions, Solid faces some challenges that can easily be criticized and accessed, such as data being stored and uncentralized clouds, or provided by single storage providers. The drawbacks of this method is that it does not fully secure of the data and its resistance to risk extremely low. However, Filecoin as a global decentralized distributed storage network can mathematically proven its storage safety and stability. Therefore, Titan hopes to rely on Filecoin storage network to propose a truly decentralized storage solution in the future. We are committed to achieve the data freedom and the data sovereignty, allows the user data to truly belong themselves. and separating applications from the data. We believe that we are implementing our solution. We are significantly enhance isolation and authentication services within solid ecosystem. Thank you for watching and supporting. For more information or corporations you can obtain by scanning the QR.
All right. Was there more? Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for submitting. Okay, let's talk about first impressions. So I think that this submission, I think that I get the sense that the people, Brevin, who submitted this, kind of understand that this might not be the particular hackathon for them. Their solution, while interesting, is not about taking things from social networks and porting it over. It seems to be about a connection to the Filecoin network, to TitanNet, which is a cool concept. But as TitanNet itself isn't necessarily a social network, this might not have been the subject for them. But I still encourage them to continue with their work. Just keeping in mind those caveats I mentioned before about private data on Filecoin. But public data on Filecoin that integrates with Solid, that sounds like a fantastic concept. So I said that for some of these subjective categories, I'll leave them to the end. But for the unsubjective categories, I don't think that this project has a code base. So in that, we can't award any points for use of linked data. So we'll put 0 points in there. And we can't award any points for use of access control policies. Scalable solution. This is going to be something that I'll evaluate a little bit later. It's partially subjective, but I'm also going to use some of the concepts that were displayed here. Of course, I'll be knocking off some points for not having a code base. But that's what I'm willing to award right now. We're going to, I'll just note down here, integration of Solid with TitanNet separates the IDP from the storage server. Cool. Let's go ahead and also, before we move on, I want to take a look at the attached PDF that they've provided. So let me go ahead and bring that up. And we'll browse through this attached PDF. This might just be the exact same presentation that we just saw, but let's go through it ourselves, just to just so that we have a full concept of everything that's at play here. All right, it's loading up. Ooh. We don't want to print the PDF, we just want to see it. All right. Okay, this looks like it's the PDF that we just saw. So we can, let's just quickly go through this PDF again. So they go through the issue of the tight coupling between the identity provider, the authentication and authorization. Oh wait, oh sorry, I misunderstood this. They aren't talking about a tight coupling between the identity provider. Jim says, will these videos be available to view again later? Yes, they will be available, same link. You can watch them at 2 times speed, so no worries if you need to drop off, you can come back and watch them later. And then jump around for the things that you're interested in. Cedric says, agreed, integrating IPFS with Solid would be a really cool proposition, although given it is a bit out of scope for this, social networking hackathon. Right. Okay, so I misunderstood. I thought that this was supposed to be an authentication and this was talking about the binding of the identity provider and the storage server. They're talking about a binding of authentication and authorization, which is interesting. disable the storage service, enable the capability to disable the storage service. Actually, maybe they are talking about the type binding between the identity provider. Jim says, Cedric says, Jim, yes, after live Jackson registers the video and they are available on YouTube. That's correct. Yeah. Unified authentication and authorization service is configurable. Okay, yeah. I think that I did have the right impression. So we have the solid identity provider and an authorization server. So the question is, when they talk about the authorization server here, are they talking about the authorization server that's being proposed by the data interoperability panel that's not in the solid spec yet, as my as I understand it right now? If so, then this might very well be in line with what's being proposed by the data interoperability standard, or are they proposing a new standard here? It would be interesting to know that, though I don't know if it will affect the judging at all. So then we have these services. There is a solid identity provider and then the authorization server. Okay, so we are replacing, the proposal is to replace the storage server with the TitanNet global resources. A bit of a concern I have here is, if we are having an authorizations server and identity provider on this, does this imply that we are keeping these resources private, like as in they require authorization in order to even access them? In that case, what is the standard by which we're accessing things? Perhaps this is something that is in Titan Network, because I've never heard of Titan Network before, so I'm very unfamiliar with it. Perhaps Titan Network has some kind of way to perform access control that would work with the authorization server and solid identity provider, but not completely sure about that. And because it is out of scope for this hackathon for me to look that up, I won't use that in the judging. One more decentralized resource. So it is integrating with Filecoin will have a, actually, before I move on, I just want to say, if Titan Network doesn't have some kind of innovative way to do access control, I'm a little bit wary about putting private resources up on an IPFS-like resource, because of that fact that if a encrypted resource is up on IPFS, that just means in 30 years, when the version of encryption you use is deemed like unviable, that resource is open to the public. For an example, imagine if you had encrypted a resource and then distributed it to everyone with SHA-1 back in the 90s. SHA-1 is now completely open to a well-funded hacker, so you're essentially just saying, I want my financial resources or my health resources to be completely open. So we want to be a little bit concerned about that. And then we've got the development plan. It does seem like it feels like this team said, hey, we're already working on this project. Solid Hackathon's going. We'd love for people to be looking at this project and thinking about it. So maybe we'll just submit it to the hackathon, even if the theme of the hackathon isn't in line. And that's completely fine to do. And then let me see, development Titan. So there is nothing in here that talks about access control, but maybe Titan has some form of access control. And then we've got a bit of information about Filecoin. There's tons of Filecoin projects out there. They've got a ton of grant money, so that's fantastic. Awesome. Well, thank you so much to the TitanNet team for submitting. We'll come back and fill in the points for these other categories here that are a bit more subjective. But sorry you weren't able to submit any code, but thank you for showing things off. Let's move on to submission 2. Okay, submission 2 is Martin by Vincent. And Vincent says, here's the code repository repository for the Hackathon app. A video with a shortish walkthrough can be found at here. Now, I have not actually gotten the consent from Vincent to show the video, so I want to respect that. Actually, let me just be sure about that. Yes, I have not gotten the consent from Vincent to show the video, so I'm going to respect it, but because I didn't get consent to show the video, I have watched it beforehand, so I know what's in the video. But for this stream, let's take a look at the code and see, maybe we can even get the code running. But let's go ahead and we'll go through the README and see what it looks like. Cool. So what is this? Martin is a proof of concept exploring the viability of making a solid pod part of the Fediverse. That's fantastic. Solid conceptually is technically a part of the Fediverse, but there's a lot of technical hurdles that can be overcome if you want it to work with something like Mastodon or other Fediverse available apps. Solid conceptually is a part of the Fediverse, but there are some technical hurdles which Martin seems to be working to overcome. Why? Well, the federated nature of the Fediverse is laudable, but generally your data is still on other people's servers. You can host it yourself, but it requires running a full-blown ActivityPub compliant server used only for that specific purpose. So this would be an example of, like, I am running a Mastodon instance specifically for the purpose of hosting Mastodon for tweet-like posts. That means that I can't use the same instance to do, say, chat the way that Matrix would do. Matrix is also a part of the Fediverse, but a Mastodon server can't run a Matrix chat, and a Matrix server can't run a Mastodon chat. One of the great things about Solid is very general. So the concept is we could put chat on it, we could put social media posts on it, we could put financial data, healthcare data, we could put whatever we want on the Solid server. So that's a very valid point. The goal here is to be able to use your existing pod, which also hosts data, and which can access through a variety, which you can access through a variety of apps. This could help resolve two of the large pain points in the current Fediverse. One, having to create separate profiles for separate types, e.g. Mastodon and Pixel Fed profile, and two, not being able to move your data when you move instances. Awesome. So did it work? Yes, with some caveats, of course. I mean, there's only a couple weeks to do the hackathon, so caveats are understandable. Your solid pod does need to be hosted on its own origin, i.e. your own domain or subdomain. This is because your profile needs to be discoverable through well-known /webfinger. We are going to get into this. At least from watching the video, to me, this webfinger part is the most exciting part of this project. Love webfinger, and we'll get into it in a little bit. So Martin needs to be able to set up for your account specifically. Okay, makes sense. Although ActivityPub, the main Fediverse standard, ostensibly is built on linked data, in practice, linked data does not adhere to a particular JSON LD serialization. Fediverse software doesn't typically send an accept header, so we can't pass RDF to the Solid server and leave it up for the server to serialize. Yes, that is a problem when it comes to linked data. So this is an example of like, if I have JSON LD and a context variable, I can take that JSON LD and dereference that context field and then convert it into any other kind of a RDF. That can be read by any kind of RDF parser. So if I have turtle, then I can, if I want to ingest things as turtle or n triples or any of those standards, I can take any JSON LD document and translate it to any form of RDF. Similarly, any form of RDF, whether it's turtle or n3 triples, can be translated from JSON LD, or can be translated from its standard into JSON LD. But it doesn't guarantee the shape of that JSON LD. So the ActivityPub standard says that there needs to be a very specific shape to a JSON LD. The fields need to be named exactly a certain way. And if I don't have the proper context or the proper frame to do that translation, then I'm not going to be able to do that. So understandable that this is a problem that needs to be worked out. Another caveat is Martin needs a server-side proxy. The proxy never has access to your solid pod and cannot interact with the Fediverse in your name by itself. The proxy has access to your solid pod and cannot interact with the Fediverse in your name by itself, but it is needed. Okay. The reason is that when Martin attempts to notify Fediverse servers, example, an accepted follow request or a new post, those servers don't have the requisite access control allow origin headers to telling your browser that it's okay that requests are coming from another domain, and thus your browser will refuse. CORS. Now, Tim himself, like in the early days of Solid, raged about CORS. CORS had a huge amount of problems on some of the early days of things. Now, CORS is, of course, a standard that keeps people safe and keeps you from having malicious clients and requesting data from servers. But the fact that other servers in the Fediverse don't have CORS set up, understandable problem, but it shows that this submission knows enough about the ecosystem to try to get around that. It is a bit unfortunate that you need a server in order to run Martin, but this isn't necessarily out of the ordinary for Solid. You're going to a lot of Solid systems, including one that I wrote, Liquid Chat, uses an intermediary server to interact with the pod. Liquid Chat required an intermediary server because there was no mobile authentication library at the time it was written, so it was just sending requests to an intermediary server that used the server authentication library to send it. But Martin seems to be getting around this problem the same way. And then finally, this prototype only allows you to post to the Fediverse, while theoretically allowing others and while theoretically following others and reading their posts should be possible. That is quite a lot of data to process, and doing that all client-side is likely to run into a memory bottleneck. Thus, if you want to use your pod for that as well, you are likely going to want to run your own server to act as an agent and to keep an eye on your pod and its activity pub inbox. Okay, so I guess it's theoretically possible. Sorry, let me read this again. That is quite a lot of data to process, and doing that all client side is likely to run into a memory bottleneck. That's true. That makes sense. So running your own server to act as your agent to keep your eye on your pod is okay. That makes sense. Perhaps that's extra points for scalability because you didn't try to run everything. Okay, and then one more note. This is really hard. Yeah. It probably is really hard because you've got a bunch of standards of people who aren't really talking with each other. To work with real implementations, you want to be able to see what those implementations, e.g. Mastodon, actually do. But since Solid apps do not run on a pod server, I wasn't able to inspect incoming requests. Request signaling in particular took a lot of effort to figure out. Completely understandable, but thanks so much for trying it out. And then there's future work. For this prototype, I kept Martin's data to a single container, Martin Beta. The single container paradigm. Man, this has been around for a while. People are always asking, I have data I want to write to a Solid pod, but where do I put it? Like, I don't care where it is, as long as I'm able to write it and retrieve it. I want to know where I should put it. And to this date, most Solid servers don't have a solution for that. So what a lot of apps do is they just look for the root container and then create a folder, a container inside of that container that they'll put everything inside of. So it looks like Vincent has opted to use Martin Beta as the container that we're putting things in. In the future, of course, the data interoperability specification has been working for maybe it's been over 2 years now on a standard to help with this, a standard called shape trees that helps you organize your pod and say that this kind of thing gets stored in this place. But at least as is it now, most servers aren't running shaped trees. There's a few experimental servers that are running shaped trees that I've heard of, but most servers that you're interacting with on a daily basis in Solid are not running shaped trees. Except for the WebFinger doc, which is under .well-known. Makes sense. This was useful for debugging and ease of implementation, but would be interesting to use resources already in use by other Solid apps. For example, it might be possible to reuse the WebID profile document for the actor profile. That's good. Cool. I thought that Jim says, I've heard that there are some emerging standards for configuring solid file systems for different purposes. When you mean configuring solid file systems, do you mean like the backend file systems for Solid? In which case, I don't know if there's a standard. Perhaps you know more about that than I do. I know that, of course, with a lot of implementations like the community Solid server, you're able to just say, here's a new backend, here's a Postgres backend, here's a triple store backend, here's a file system backend, and swap it out. But I'm not aware of the standards for configuring Solid file systems for different purposes. But if that's what you're talking about, and you find a link for that, definitely paste it in, and I'd love to look at it. Although there is no reason it shouldn't work with other servers, I only tested with an NSS instance. Unfortunately, at the time of implementation, Solid Client had a bug in its universal access APIs. Yeah, this has been something that I've encountered as well. The universal access API seems to have a few problems, and this is something that in the work that I was doing with LDO, I encountered. I was planning on just using the Inrupt universal access APIs. Jim says, I think it's pretty niche still. We'll find some info. Yeah, thanks, Jim. So when I was building LDO, I was planning on just using the universal access APIs in order to do access control. And I ended up not being able to use that because the universal access APIs especially have problems with writing ACLs. And if you look on the GitHub, the people at Inrupt are very busy. They have clients that they're doing, and they're really focusing on ACPs specifically. This might be why, for this Inrupt hackathon, ACPs are the only thing that is being judged, because perhaps they know that the universal access APIs are wrong. This is only speculation on my part. But yeah, because of their focus on ACPs and the fact that they're very busy with that, it does unfortunately mean that the universal access and the ACL side of those libraries has a few problems. So there have been a few issues reported on it. They know about it, but it might take some time to fix. So Inrupt says, so I could only support WAC. Vincent says that. That's a little bit unfortunate from the judging side, because the criteria specifically said using ACPs, not ACLs, is going to be what we're judging on. So there might be a few points docked for that, and just because the standard did say ACPs. But I'll still award some points because access control was done with WAC and ACLs. WAC, which is not supported by a public ESS instance. True, which is why you make it supported by NSS. Hadrian says, Jim might have asked about client specs, by the way. Okay. Yes, I have heard a bit more about client specs. Though from my understanding, client specs weren't specifically about where to put data. It was about what the data is shaped like. But I'll need to look a bit more into that. But yeah, client specs makes sense. Okay, once resolved, there appeared to be once that was resolved, there appeared to be an issue with solid apps connecting to login.inrupt.com. As for CSS, I did not have access to a public instance where pods are run on their own origin. That's true. For WebFinger to work, the /well-known, you need to go to something like https://solidweb.me. This is a CSS instance, but solidweb.me does not run applications on their own origin. They run, so like if I go to this file here, oh, that's not it. That's a local host. If I go to solidweb.me/Jackson3 profile card/me, you can see here the way that solidweb.me, this CSS instance, is set up. Jackson3 is a folder, is a container on solidweb.me versus a CSS or versus an NSS instance, which it will be about subdomain. So profile/card octothorpe.me. solidweb.org. So this is on a subdomain. If you want WebFinger to work, it requires a .well-known document. And that .well-known document needs to be right at the domain. It can't be /Jackson3.wellknown. So I can see why this wouldn't work for that instance. So that's a little bit disappointing. I think there is a configuration for CSS that does let you host at the domain, but I think Vincent is right that I don't know of any public instance that lets you do that. Okay, so that's that. Additionally, I only verified my posts that my post showed up on Mastodon, the most widely used Fediverse software. Hey, you know, as far as judging criteria for this works, if it's just a Mastodon integration, that's perfect. We're only looking for some kind of integration with some form of social network, which Mastodon is. So no worries that if it doesn't work with other widely used Fediverse software. So while theoretically Martin adheres to the standards that should work with other software as well, the devil is always in the details. And yes, it is. The number of times you say that something works with a standard and it just doesn't work for some reason is huge. And finally, of course, there is a lot of functionality that I would have liked to include, such as changing your avatar display name, viewing your followers, following other people, replying to other people, adding hashtags, adding media to your posts, etc. Cool. Awesome. So we can try Martin ourselves. Thank you so much, Vincent, for providing a fully functional version of Martin. So we'll go ahead and try it. Let me note down a few things here, though, quickly. So uses WebFinger to identify your to identify your profile. Integrates with Mastodon for follows and for posting, but not receiving posts. Cool. All right, let's go ahead and connect to our account using Martin. Good to know. Martin is currently a proof of concept. Posts written on this version might not be supported in future versions. That is good to know. All right, let's connect our pod. And I'll sign in with my Solid community account. We'll give it access to everything. And we're loading. So this is probably performing a bunch of writes to my pod, trying to get everything set up. Who do I want to be known as? Of course I want to be known as Jackson. Now this when I saw the video for this, I loved this. Your handle will be @Jackson jackson.solid.community.net. This is great. Because one of the big complaints that people have about Solid is if I'm going to identify myself, if I'm going to say like, hey, follow me, come to my account, or like, let's connect so that we can chat, and I have to share with them like https://jackson.solidcommunity.net/profile/card octothorpe me. That's too much. That is too much to share. And And this, working with WebFinger, is a fantastic idea, because everyone understands the idea of a email. Like, it's something at something.com or .net or .team in my case. And WebFinger is it allows you to attach documents to identities that are at a domain, which is fantastic. At some point, Gmail was going to support WebFinger. Or I think they supported WebFinger for a bit, which meant that if I had a Gmail, which most emails are running, like most emails in the world are running Gmail. That's just how industry capture works. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that's the case. So if you want to do an email-based standard, you are going to have to use, you're going to need Gmail's buy-in. So that meant if I had some email at gmail.com, you could just use that as your identity. For a solid pod, for a Twitter account, for a Facebook account, like, it was potential. There was so much potential in this that we could just use our email as our identity. Everyone has an email. You don't need to worry about onboarding. This was a fantastic idea, and it's so sad that that Gmail got rid of it. But that doesn't mean that we can't support email for other things, which is exactly what Martin is doing. We are supporting WebFinger on Solid. And perhaps one thing that would be cool is, I had some thoughts about, wouldn't it be awesome if you had some kind of server that was deployed in order to handle WebFinger for those services that don't support WebFinger? And then we could just use WebFinger everywhere. Anyway, that's just me geeking out about WebFinger. I think it's a fantastic idea to use WebFinger for this project. So anyway, going on with Martin, I'm going to set my identity as Jackson. So I will be Jackson at jackson.solidcommunity.net. And we'll see where this goes. So it's probably doing writes to the pod right now. In fact, we can actually probably take a look at some of the requests that are happening. So it's doing modifications to the ACL. It has done more modifications. It added access to webfinger.acl, so it's probably created a WebFinger document. Looks like it's doing more stuff here, and then created an outbox. Okay, we're done loading. Before we move on, let's look at what we got here on our Solid pod. So I'll go to Pod Pro, or podpro.dev. For those of you not familiar with Pod Pro, you gotta know Pod Pro. Pod Pro is probably the best way for Solid developers to look at their pod and see what's up on it. So I'll go to solidcommunity.net. I'll log in with that, and Pod Pro will show me just in this nice view, just like I had an IDE. Here's everything that we have here. So let's look at what was it? Martin Beta. See what it created for us. So it created a followers list, an inbox keys profile. It also created a well-known document up here, which has a WebFinger document. Error translating between RDF formats. Okay, that might just be a Pod Pro thing. Let's look at what WebFinger says. Okay, so it says that my subject is account Jackson at jackson.solidcommunity.net. That's fantastic. Cool. Okay, so this is a JSON WebFinger document. Perfect. It created it well. Now, in here for Martin Beta, we can see our followers. We've got inbox, which is an empty container, keys, which has it created a public and private key for me. I'm not going to show that on stream. An outbox and a profile. So it made a profile which has this actor. Right away, what I'm seeing is we are using the activity streams RDF here. We are using security. I am not seeing any kind of made-up standard here, and that's because we're using the activity stream standard. So this is going to get high marks for use of structured data. And also high marks for use of unstructured data, because technically this WebFinger document is not RDF. So it's because of that, at least from the perspective of a solid ecosystem, I'm considering it unstructured data. And so love the fact that we're using these standards, we're using ActivityPub standards, shows a great understanding of structured data. So let's continue with Martin. So I'm going to post as this. Hello, this is a post. And let's see what that does. So we are doing a GET request to the outbox, and then and we are doing a put request here to outbox, to something in the outbox. And then if I come here to the outbox, I'm expecting it to be here. Beautiful. Still using activity streams, still using the XML schema, so that all looks great. And I created this, and I've got an outbox. Now comes the question. I've made a post. I can say, hello, this is a post. I see this here. Now comes the question about interoperability with Mastodon. So let's go ahead and go to a Mastodon instance. I actually don't have a Mastodon, so I might have to sign up for one. Mastodon.social. Thank you. Let's go sign up for a Mastodon instance and play around with that. Yeah, let's get started. Yeah, I do speak English. Yeah, sure. I don't care about, actually, let's say nudity is forbidden. Yeah, we're gonna, no advertising. Okay, I don't care about spoilers. Cool. Sure. Gladtech.social. Let's do it. And we'll sign up. Create an account. My username will be Jackson. And my email address. Use my spam email address. Sign up. All right. Okay. Got to go through the confirmation link stuff, so feel free to hold with me. Hey, Hadrian. Let's see. Where is this confirmation email? Don't have the confirmation email yet. Have not received it yet. Okay, there we go. Got the confirmation email now. Awesome. Okay, we're on Mastodon now. All right, so I've made a post. Now the question is, so I've made a post. I want to view that post on Mastodon. As someone who is not super familiar with Mastodon, I might need to go and mute and rewatch the rewatch of Vincent's video so that I know how, I remember how this works. But let's see, if I go back to Martin and I take this post and I go to Mastodon and I search myself, will that show up? Okay, so yes, it does show up. So I, as Jackson on gladtech.social, can follow Jackson on solidcommunity.net. So I'm going to follow that, and does that update things over here? So if I reload, let's relog here. We're going to get redirected. And it's going to load a bit. I know solidcommunity.net is not the fastest server. Okay, so it says, hello, this is a post 5 minutes ago, and I have 1 follower. Beautiful, beautiful. So that was able to load that. Let's go back to Pod Pro and see how that looks in the data. So we've got this followers document. Let's go to followers, and we can see profile, follow as actor, users, GladTech users. Jackson is a follower. Perfect. So that worked like a dream. The other claim is that posting data to jackson.solid.community.net is that you could view this on Mastodon. So let's see if we can validate that claim. Yashar said, "This is so cool." Yes, yes, this is very cool. Let's see. I am not seeing this on Mastodon when I look at this. Perhaps, do I need to refresh or something? Okay, so I might go ahead and look at Vincent's video. I'll mute. I'll do a little bit of a mute. I'll look at Vincent's video, and I will be right back in order to see if I can get this working. So I'm going to mute, and I'll be right back, everyone. Okay, so I watched the video again, and from the video, it looks like it should work. Let me try a few other things to see if I can get it to work here live. But if it doesn't work, I'll have to determine how that affects the score when I see everything else. Let me go ahead and also, I forgot to turn music back on. Let me know if this music's too loud for everyone. Okay, so let's go ahead and, oh, accidentally brought that up. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's, it might have been that maybe posting before I do the follower causes a problem. So another post, honk. Because in the Vincent's video, he followed someone and then posted. Music is too loud again? Okay. Let me... There we go. Okay, sorry, I just want to provide a nice little mood for everyone. Okay, so we said another post, and if we refresh here, yes, okay, so it seems that like it will probably only work after you follow people. I'm not, and that probably has to do with the way ActivityPub works, where it will look at the list of followers and then send it to everyone's outbox. So that seems to make sense. I'm not sure if Mastodon itself covers for that, or if this is just something that is natural to the field of Mastodon. But we've at least proven that Mastodon can handle that Martin can handle at least some work with Mastodon. So that's fantastic. Okay, I think that we've seen everything that we need to see. Yeah, PodPro is really awesome. Okay, sorry, Yashir says, I don't think it's a BU, it's just how it is. I'm not sure what BU is. But yeah, let's go ahead and do a little bit of the judging that we have. First of all, fantastic use of linked data, knocked it out of the park. I'm going to give full points for that. The use of linked data used a currently understood standard, ActivityPub. It's the right standard to use, especially when dealing with social media stuff. It used unstructured data in the form of the WebFinger document, because that's not an RDF, and it used RDF properly. Oh, bug. I don't think it's a bug, it's just how it is. Okay, sounds good. Thanks for those of you who understand Mastodon. Most scalable solution, this is going to be, I'm trying to think of the Fediverse in itself has scalability problems. Having said that, it is that might be more of a Fediverse problem rather than a Martin problem. I'm going to reserve judgment on this one particularly until I've seen all of the other ones. And then best use of access control policies. I'll just create a note here. Uses ACLs perfectly. Actually, let me, before I reserve judgment on this, let's take a look at the ACLs that he's created. So let's go to the links and take a look at the access control lists. Can't find object. Cool. Am I still logged in? Martin Beta. Does this have an ACL? Huh. Lala says the key files are technically also not structured data in the RDF sense of the word. Yeah, I guess that's true. So that is also good use of unstructured data in the RDF sense. So cool. I seem to be having a problem accessing the ACLs themselves. Let me just log out and log back in, just because maybe it forgot my session. Cool. We will say Martin Beta, and we will go to links and ACLs. Okay, now, okay, Pod Pro. Guess we got to go to what's another thing? I guess Penny can help us. Penny is also made by Vincent. So let's take a look at Penny. See if we can get the access files for Penny. Okay. And then we'll go to Martin Beta. And are we able to get ACL files in Penny? Having to run to a meeting. Thanks, Jackson, and to next time. Thanks, Cedric, for dropping in. Okay, I guess Penny doesn't have the ability to look at ACL files. Well, let's just do, if PodPro's not working to help me see ACL files, this is what I usually use to look at ACL files. Trying to think, what can let me look at an ACL file? Maybe the web browser, the data browser itself. I could just take the ACL file and look at it in the data browser. Oh, interesting. It's the server that's returning that. It's, huh. Does Outbox have an ACL file? Interesting. Why is the... Oh, I guess, okay, so it's returning a 404 because I'm not authenticated, which makes sense. To perform this request. So let's go ahead and just go to Martin Beta. And we'll see if we can get the ACLs through this. All right, we'll do this in incognito mode. The data browser saves a bunch of cookies and stuff that can affect it. All right, martinbeta.acl. It very well might be the cookies that are confounding this. Okay, cool. So now we're gonna log in with Solid Community and see if we can look at this ACL. So much work to try and see an ACL. Ba 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 ba. Yay. Okay. Perhaps we should not have authenticated on this view. Da, 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 da. Unfortunately, the payload for the data browser is massive. So there's a lot of loading that goes into getting this. I know Arna at one point was working on breaking up the data browser to do lazy loading, but yeah, so sometimes it takes a while to load. Cool. Okay, so now we've got Martin. Let's take a look at the access control. So it has properly fetched our ACL document now. There we go, and we can go to response, and there's our ACL document. There we go. Yay, rejoice, we've got an ACL document. Okay, so in this owner document, it says that there is an authorization, we've got an agent, it's got access to this folder, default for new. So I have read, write, and control access. Theoretically, I guess it is the, I guess Martin itself, through me, has access to this file. So if we go to, yes, so Martin has access to it. If we want to, say, find the outboxes, access controls. Hello, Jackson. I'm eager to learn more about Solid, and your videos are a goldmine. Well, thanks so much, Korney Luishka? Thank you so much. That's very helpful. Yeah, I made it like years ago. I made a bunch of shorts that are somewhat helpful, but I'm not the only resource that's helpful with Solid to help you understand Solid. Okay, so let's take a look at the ACL that we got from Outbox, which is, did we get an ACL from Outbox? So this is the ACL from the main folder. Is it a 404 for the Outbox ACL? Yep. Okay, 404 for the Outbox ACL. Theoretically, the Outbox. Okay, I guess I could see the Outbox not having any different ACLs from the main folder because Martin is the thing that's doing the out. But the inbox should have a different ACL. And did we fetch the inbox ACL? Go here. Yes, okay. So the inbox ACL has, this is an owner, and then a submitter is everyone. Awesome. So that's exactly what we would expect from an inbox. If we go to the inbox stuff, then we can see that that just any kind of agent has access to the inbox. So it can, and it has append access to the inbox. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, these access control rules are all completely sound. They definitely demonstrate an understanding of access control. The only problem is that it is using ACLs rather than ACPs. And the criteria specifically mentioned that when it comes to access control policies, we should be using ACP features. So I am going to dock a few points for that, though I'm not sure how much I will dock yet. I will wait until I see the other submissions to try and figure out how much I will dock. So I'll just make a note, great use of ACLs, but not ACPs. And it's unfortunate that was the case. I understand why he had to do that, because he needed to, he was basically forced into a position where he could only use NSS. He couldn't use CSS because of the domain name, because there's no using domain names to differentiate between users, and he couldn't use ESS because actually I'm not necessarily sure why he couldn't use it. ESS, was there a reason he gave in the README for that? Let me go back to the README. Because ESS supports ACPs and I think that it has domain name-based stuff, but I'm not sure about that. If anyone in the chat knows that if ESS has the domain name-based user differentiation, let me know. So he said, okay, ESS. Okay, so he didn't use ESS because he had to use WAC, but he could use ESS with ACPs, which if ESS has that thing that would let you have well known. Still, it is easier to test out on CSS than it is on ESS. So it's a bit understandable, but you got to make the judgment based on the criteria. Cool. So that's our first look at Martin. Let's move on to the next submission. And we've got a pretty steady 8 concurrent viewers in here. So thank you everyone for staying with me and hanging out for this. This is a ton of fun. As I mentioned before, like each one of these is a little birthday present for me because it's so much fun to see what people have been doing. Anyway, we are moving on to Slashdot. So Slashdot says, this is our submission for the September Solid Hackathon. They've got a video, 2 repositories that were worked on during this time. There's an app repository and a browser extension. Oh, that's very interesting. They've got a browser extension too. So we'll have to check that out too. I wonder what browser it's built for. I'm partial to Firefox myself, but I've got all the browsers installed, even the spyware one. To install, start the app, run these commands, okay. To install the browser extension, do this, sounds good. Sincerely, Thorsten Steuer and Ludwig Schubert. Awesome, and I think if I'm correct, Ludwig won the last Solid Hackathon, so we'll see how that works. This is the Nerds Cool stream. Yes, indeed it is. It is such a cool stream. Let's go ahead and take a look at the YouTube video first. So I'll go ahead and mute the music, bring the volume back up, and go here. Oh, this is still my private window, but we can play it still.
Hello, and a warm welcome to our presentation.
Let me know if everyone can hear that. I think that I've gotten all my volume done.
We want to introduce to you our experiences in this hackathon. We are Ludwig Schubert and me, Thorsten Steuer. Ludwig Schubert is studying computer science in Berlin and has been working with the Solid ecosystem since 2-3 years. I am based in Vienna and I work as a data engineer for a telecommunication company. For me, it was the first time actually interacting with the Solid ecosystem. We started thinking about what the heck do we actually want to do. We had in the first 3 different brainstorming sessions.
Maybe a bit louder? Okay. Let me see what I can do. Okay, so that should be maximum volume.
Where we discussed what our ideas were and what we think we can achieve in the time frame. We started with different topics, but in the end we decided on a bookmarking app. And there is no open source alternative where you can actually use the Solid ecosystem to have a nice bookmarking experience. There has been done some work on like bookmarking in general and how the data looks like, but generally there has not been anything remotely similar to what I'm using on the daily work. And we thought for the community this will be a big feature or like a cool app to actually use also for the daily business. So based on all this, we basically came up with a project which is basically in the domain of social bookmarking. We want to make it easy to use. We want to make it be able to cluster your bookmarks in different topics. We want that you can share with other people, and all this based on the Solid ecosystem. We had different sessions where we wanted to make the general overview, how we want to approach this problem. We did different wireframes, we did different architecture overview pictures, and this here is the high-level architecture picture. So usually the user will have his laptop and he use the web app to save a link. What the app will do, it will scrap the linked page from metadata, will extract this metadata, and will send the link and the metadata to your user pod. In the user pod, there will be then the architecture that each bookmark is its own dedicated folder. And each folder then contains different turtle files and basically have all the metadata in one dedicated folder. We decided on this folder structure because then we can actually decide on each folder which person is allowed to see this. And Ludwig will now introduce to you what has been done and will show you a little demo what has been achieved.
Thank you, Thorsten, for the introduction. Now I will talk about what we actually built. This is the landing page for the app that we tried to build. The app is called Stash.
First of all, design-wise, this is probably one of the best solid apps that I've seen. I know it's probably using Skeleton. This looks like Skeleton, the CSS library, but the design looks superb.
Dash that link. This describes what people are supposed to be able to do with this app, and it has a little funny logo, artwork, animation on the top because
love the logo. Unfortunately, not going to be used in any of the judging, but still like it.
Yeah, it's funny. This landing page basically describes how the app is supposed to work and a little bit of background behind this app and a cool quote and a link to the repository for people that want to check out the code. And if you want to visit the app, you can click the top right button. Then you get to the login page where you can select your identity provider for this app. And I will choose Solid Community because this app is only available for Node Solid Server implementations and not for the newer server implementations like Community Solid Server and the Enterprise.
Oh no, oh, we know what that means. We've got another probably ACL only app.
Solid Server. And then it shows me all my bookmarks that I ever created. And adding a new bookmark is really easy. I can just go to the top input here and paste the link. And now it will fetch the metadata of this link and paste metadata into.
Are you trying? Do you know that I'm a judge? Did they pick this link, this specific link, because they knew I'd be looking at this? That's not going to work. I'm still going to judge it fairly, but they picked LDO specifically. Maybe because they knew I would be looking at this.
To the form. And now I can edit this also and assign it to a collection of bookmarks or topics. And I can press enter to add a topic. And then I can decide to show this publicly, and I will add this bookmark to my public list of bookmarks. Then I will create it. Now it is here and I can click on it to access the bookmark. And I can see the updated description and check the link again if I really want to make sure that I know what I click on. I can also add this to my favorite bookmarks. Now it will appear under my favorite bookmarks as the latest bookmark. And it will also appear in topics that I added it to, and I can add a description here.
Hadrian says that the judges panel was published before the hackathon started.
Added it. These topics could be shared with others in the future so that we can collect resources relating to a topic in the Solid community or in any other community and share them with people that are interested in it. And this way we can curate collections of relevant articles and keep them in one place. That's it for the demo so far. You only have a profile here which shows you how much you've uploaded and some unimplemented, unfinished features here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's it for the demo, and now I will talk about what we would have done with more time. If we would have had more time, we would have implemented some more social features, and for this we would have added maybe a central app pod to the architecture that collects users so that users can find each other on the app, or public lists that were added to the app. And yeah, maybe we would have also added external data sources that are also sources for collecting links, and integrate them into the data architecture. Yeah, but that's it for now, and thank you for your attention. Goodbye.
Nice, nice. Okay, well, link selection aside, this is a first impressions. This is the slickest bookmarking app I've ever seen on a solid service. I think that last time I judged, I put points in the creative implementation section for just a design. But let me review the criteria again. Points will be awarded for the team that comes up with the most creative and original idea for their product. Okay, so this is a very subjective session. So if I'm to use the same standards I did from last time, I added points to this section for the design of the application. I did say that the rotating logo doesn't get any points, but the overall UX look does. Lala says, like I mentioned earlier in chat, I just wanted to learn and meet new people, and on top of that, have a little bit of fun. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, so I think I'll add to that. I think that towards the end of the video, let me bring up the video again so that I can go back to it. Towards the end of the video, we saw a little bit of an attempt to say, this was a social network. This was a social network integration hackathon. So let's throw in something about that. The bookmarks aren't necessarily social. They could be construed as a little bit social. Also, actually, one little correction on this, because Hadrian gave me an update, that it is a social hackathon. Doesn't necessarily need to be a social network hackathon. So I'll take that into my consideration. But I think that it's pretty safe to say that bookmarks specifically aren't necessarily the kind of like social thing that aren't as social as say Mastodon. So when I do a full judgment of the subjective portions, I'll put that into the judgment. But still, like, huge props to the UX design on this. I know that that an app that does bookmarks has been something that a lot of people have been talking about. Like, we should just be able to do simple bookmarking, and there's been a lot of bookmarking apps made, but this is just a nice, clean design. So taking a look at that is fantastic. Yeah, Jim says, I've been looking for a good bookmarking app, and perhaps you've found one. So let's go ahead and, as I said, I'll evaluate the subjective things a bit later, but let's take a look at the use of linked data for bookmarking. And then scalable solution, I feel like I can't think of a reason why this wouldn't be scalable, like, because it's simple. Right, social network, not necessarily social media. Interesting. So Hadrian, when you say social network and not necessarily social media, does that mean, like, say, Matrix would count? Because it's not really social media, but it is being social because you're chatting on things. At least that's what I'm interpreting that as. If that's the case, then I'll make my judgments based on that. Yes, let's take a look at the code, shall we? So there is an app repository and there is a browser extension. Let's take a look at the app repository code. All right, let me close out of the incognito window. Let's take a look. Okay. So should we try running the app? They don't provide a link to the app itself, but let's go ahead and just give an attempt to run the app. Hadrian says, correct. If there is interaction between parties creating a network of sorts, it qualifies. Okay, so this might have some social media aspects to it by that definition, because it does share, you can share bookmarks. Though, when it comes to the criteria of, let's go back to the criteria page. When it comes to the criteria that says points will be awarded to teams based on the quality of integration with social network technology. So even though you are sharing a bookmark, you are not integrating with a network that is social. So so Hadrian says, so if bookmarks are meant to be shared, all good. Okay, so I think that what I'll interpret that as is, I'll give partial points for the ability to share bookmarks and some mention of what this will do eventually, but I will certainly favor networks that do a full social network, a full integration with an existing social network over ones that may have some social features but aren't integrating with an existing network. Cool. So let's go ahead and see if we can clone this down. And get started. cd, this is -dat link, and they want us to do a yarn just yarn. Oh, also, I keep forgetting about music time. Music time lets you, let me bring down the volume on this a little, see if I can. Okay, let me know if the music's too loud again. Cool. So we did a yarn. Do I really not have yarn installed globally? Oh, I cleared out a lot of my global repos, a lot of my global libraries recently. Okay, so let's install yarn again. And we can run yarn. That's yarn to install this. And hopefully nothing goes wrong with this. I think that I am not going to dock points if I can't get your thing working. Because I can just go through your code and see what it looks like. I know there's a bunch of different machines. Like optimally, the best thing to do is if your app is just at some kind of, is just deployed to a website like Vincent's was, but I'm not going to award points or remove points if I can't get it working. I can look at your code and understand what's going on from that. But obviously, optimally, we want to be able to see the app working. Okay, we are almost done installing, and then after this, we do a Shex code gen. There we go. Let's see. Okay, still installing. Let's take a look at some code first, just so that we can familiarize ourselves with this while everything's installing. It's got a landing page, it's got components, private routes. This looks like all router stuff. Let's take a look at the pages that it has. So let's look at the main page, for example. So the main page has a use bookmarks thing. I'm sure that this is, a lot of the functionality is abstracted behind this. Wow, my computer is really struggling to index everything right now. My girlfriend keeps telling me, you got to get a new computer. Yours was bought in 2020. And for various reasons, I have spent almost $1,000 repairing this computer. It might be cat related, but that was still cheaper than getting a fully new computer. But I might be coming up at the streaming plus downloading everything plus running VS Code, which is indexing everything. Might be pushing this computer to its limit right now. Nice. Okay, so if we're creating a bookmark, create topics if needed. This is what I'm looking for right now is the part of the code that does anything that has to do with RDF. So let's take a look at create topics if needed. What is this doing? Okay, so I recognize this. This is the format that's used in, what is it? Shex methods, yes. So I've recognized Shex methods, which Shex methods does a very similar thing to LDO, and is also a very good library to look into. Create if, and what was it called? It was called okay, create topics if needed. So this is creating a topic using this Shex methods thing. So for those of you who aren't familiar with how Shex method works, somewhere in here there is a Shex file. It's not in public. Data, okay, yeah. Somewhere in here there is a Shex file, here probably the shapes here. And then this is Shex that defines specifically how things work. You run a builder and that will generate the shex.ts, which has typings and the original shape, as well as this thing that lets you create new shapes. So this is where Shex methods and LDO is kind of diverge a little bit. So both of them will take a Shex library and then generate things like this. LDO opts to make it look like it is as close to JSON as possible with no extra interfaces, and then the Shex methods opts for a route of having a specific API that takes in JSON through this data field that looks close to it, but you're using the API and like these create methods in order to do things. So a little bit of a different approaches, and those approaches might be preferable by some people or other people. So no real. It's a matter of preference as to whether or not you're using Shex methods. But already through using Shex methods, I can tell that this is using proper RDF. But let's look at the shapes and see, are they rolling shapes from scratch, or are they using things that already exist? So of course we recognize all the W3 stuff, schema.org stuff, W3. I don't recognize stashdata. Is this a standard that exists? Now if this is hosted, if this file is hosted, can I get this file? What if I do it through Postman? If we have a hosted file here, then this is good. But if this file isn't hosted, then that might be a little bit of a dock points, because we always want to be hosting our vocabularies. Even if it's a completely new vocabulary that we've come up with stuff for, that's fine. But we want to be able to dereference it. Do I have any confounding headers? No, I don't. So it looks like this file isn't hosted itself, which it's good that it has that this exists, but I might dock a few points because this vocabulary isn't hosted, and we can't dereference it to find out what each of the predicates in this vocabulary are used for. Let's just see. Okay. Wait. Okay, I will not be docking points for this because this vocabulary is only used to define shapes, which I said before that I do not dock points for not having shapes. So if I don't dock points for not having shapes, then I shouldn't be docking points for things that don't affect the vocabulary itself. So it looks like all the vocabulary is LDP, schema.org, RDF, RDFS, RDF. So everything looks good here. Let's take a look at the bookmark shapes. XSD, schema.org. Yep, looks like we've all got established vocabularies here. Schema.org, blah, blah, blah. Okay. However, unfortunately, we are using PB here. So this is going to be reflected on the vocabulary. So I'll have to dock a small amount of points for using a vocabulary that is not hosted, that can't be dereferenced. But for the most part, this project is using vocabularies that are hosted, are understandable, and can be dereferenced. So let me note that down here. Good use of linked data, vocabulary. PB is not hosted. Lala says, I don't know if it's illegal to point to you, but I tried to declare a vocabulary in the public folder. The reason why you can't dereference it is because of the server setup. Okay. I think that I am going to have to go with what I originally said and say I'll dock a few points for that because if you weren't here, I wouldn't know that there might be a problem with the server setup. But that's just something to remember for the future. For good linked data health, if we have a vocabulary, we want to be able to access that from a GET request that has with no requirements for any headers or any kind of parameters. So sorry about that, but it's not going to be a ton of points because it looks like there's good use of vocabulary, but that's going to be what we have. So it looks like we have the project installed. Let's see. We'll do a yarn code generate, and then after this we'll do a yarn start. Oh wait, it says see also a demo version live. Oops. I didn't notice that. So that's on me. We can just use the live version, which is much better. Oh, fantastic! Look at that. That's great. Okay, so for everyone who, sorry for wasting a bunch of time installing this, but it was good. We got to look at the code. Cool. Let's visit the app. Here we go. Let's log in with solidcommunity.net because they said that's the only one that it works with currently, and then we'll authorize. Let's take a look. It is so slick. I love the loading of the little SD rotating around. That's very good. I'm freaking out over that. Yeah, sure. We'll save login info. Okay, and the little skeleton loading thing that you see in a lot of stuff. That's awesome as well. Okay, let's add a link to a bookmark. Let's do. It is frozen. Oh, interesting. There seems to have been a problem with this page is slowing down Firefox. It looks like there was a problem with the authentication. So let's just go back to the main app page. see if we can refresh that. There might also be some confounding cookies, so let me do this in a private window as well. Okay, let's log in again. All right. If this still is a problem, then I can try it in a different web browser. Again, I'm not going to dock any points for bugs like this. If it works in another web browser, then this should be fine. So yeah, it looks like there's something up with Firefox. So let's try it in Chrome. Yeah, Firefox is getting slowed down with it. Chrome, where are you? There you are. All right. Okay. Sure. Okay. Advanced ad privacy, I believe that, Google. Is it that? All right, third time's a charm. Did I not have my password for solid? Gotta go. All right, I'm going off screen to my password manager to remember what my password for solidcommunity.net was. Okay. Yes, let's save the info. Yeah, sure. All right. Okay, looks like there is some kind of problem with getting everything to load. Okay. Okay, it is making requests. I guess perhaps I just didn't wait enough for this. So we'll see. Are all these authenticated? Yeah, they're authenticated. Okay, so we'll just wait for all these requests to finish. I hope that I didn't mess it up by stopping the load initially. I know that that might be hard to handle. Right, we still have pending requests. This might just be because solidcommunity.net is a bit of a slow server. We could try it on solidweb.org. That might be a bit of a faster server to try it on. But we'll see if we can get something going here. Have anything in the logs? Just a bunch of 404s. Oh, solidcommunity.net is returning 500s now, so something overloaded solidcommunity.net. So we'll try on solidweb.org. So that's of no fault to the app developer. That is just, it's just the way it goes sometimes. So let's go ahead and take the page here. Where was it? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay. Go back to the app. Okay. So instead of solidcommunity.net, all right, let me do this in an incognito window so that it doesn't remember. Is it app? Okay. All right, solidweb.org, let's go. All right, we're given access to everything. Let's bring this up just so we can see what the requests are. Okay, we're only getting 404s, we're not getting 500s, so that's good. Looks like the requests are done. So, can I add a bookmark? Let's do just example.com. A valid link and title. Okay. And I will say example. It's my collection. I like how this splits away. Now if I were to do just a bunch of stuff here, okay, so I see, it overflows like that, cool. That's cool, this is slick here. I would have liked the, this little loading thing to go away once everything is loaded, but still, pretty slick application. So I've created a bookmark, and do we get to see the bookmark? Let's take a look at the data that's on our pod. All right. Am I still logged in with Pod Pro? Yep. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, looks like there's, oh wait, actually I logged in with a different account. I logged in with solidweb.org. All right, now let's see the data that's on the pod. Okay, so we have another workspace. I'm assuming that this is from the Bookmarks app. This is a collection of public bookmarks. And then we've got a bookmarks folder, which has a bookmark in it, an index.ttl. That's creating a schema with a bookmark in it. Bookmark schema, is illustrative of sample documents, example domain, has topic, recalls example. Sounds good. So right now, okay, nothing in index.ttl. Right now what I'm looking for is, have we generated anything that is unstructured data? It might feel like a little bit of a arbitrary requirement, but we want to have, one of the requirements is that it has some form of unstructured data. Yeah. Huh. Okay. So I seem to be encountering some kind of bug, but as I said before, I'm not going to put bugs against anyone. There's stuff that's not loading, so sorry about that. But from this, I can tell that there is structured data. You can save time by looking for it. There's no use of unstructured data except for the scraping of links, which also doesn't really count. Yeah, if it's not being saved to the pod, then I don't consider it structured data being saved to the pod. So I will remove a few points for that. No unstructured data. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and I'm going to quit Chrome. I'm just going to, right now my computer's lagging a bit. I'm just going to quit a bunch of stuff here to help improve the quality of everything. We'll quit out of Beeper, we'll quit out of, we need VS Code, we'll quit out of Element. Hopefully that frees up some memory. Stat. Let me get the memory stats up here. Sorry, I'm just trying to maintain the quality of the stream. If the stream ever starts dropping, let me know. Because it did drop previously. I am at 97% CPU. Windows Server. Okay. Let's. Okay. Hopefully that'll quiet down a bit. Okay, it feels like things are a little bit better. Yeah. Okay. So I won't use the bugs against you. Let's evaluate. I would love to see the share feature, but I might have to just depend on the video for the share feature. So let me go back at the and take a look at the video for the share feature. Did I X out of the video? I might have X'd out of it. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Let's take a look. Oh, that's the wrong one. Did I not copy this link? Okay, so I'll just depend on the video for evaluation. It would be really nice to see the ACLs. Oh, okay, the share feature doesn't work. It was just an idea for the video. Okay. Okay, so if that's the case, man, something, maybe I should get a new computer. Because this does not seem to be doing too well with. My system is taking up 80%. Huh. Okay. So if the share feature is something conceptual, then I'll evaluate it as something conceptual. The next thing to look at is access control. So what are we doing in terms of access control? Easiest thing to do is, let's see, are you bringing in interrupt solid client? Yep. So probably most people do access control through interrupt solid client, but that doesn't, if you're not doing access control through interrupt solid client, there might be another place where it's done. We'll just see. So we've got get default session, okay. Got log out from the browser. We've got access. Here we go. Let's take a look at access. Okay. If there's a public access, then we're using the universal access API. Cool. Which does technically mean, because we're using the universal access API, it does mean that we're using ACPs. If it worked on CSS, I wonder how I'll judge that. If it works on CSS, then if you're using the universal access API, then it would be using an ACP if it worked on CSS, but it doesn't work on CSS. Interesting. I'll reserve that judgment until later. Does it uses universal access, but doesn't work on CSS? Okay. And then scalable, I can't think of any reason why this wouldn't be scalable. It's a simple app, so I will award 10 points. 10 full points, because it is just saving your specific URLs. If there were a sharing feature, then that might be something to consider in terms of its scalability, but at this point, I think that it sounds fully scalable. Okay, so that's what I think I am willing to make a judgment on for this app right now. Of course, come back and reevaluate everything else about it. I will put in the most creative section, very slick UI. And we will go on to submission 4. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead. And submission 4. Our CPU is down to 80% and 76%. Oh, 66%. Fantastic. Thank you, computer, for holding up on me. Okay. So we have solid Slack bridge. The submission letter says, "Hi, this is our submission for the hackathon. Team, solid Slack bridge. Link is at GitHub, and the link to the video demo is there. The demo for the video is also linked in the repository." Thank you, Yashar and poor Mohammed. Let's take a look at the video. Okay, we're muting the SimCity soundtrack, and we are going to, again, let me know if volume is too low. I will put it all the way up. Come on. Okay, there we go.
All the conversations get copied into the pods of all the members in the conversation that have provided their solid sessions. And this is a description of how the server works, what it does, and how to run it. So I have went ahead and this is ready to run. Okay, so now the server is running. Here I have the server gets connected to workspace, so this is now connected to my workspace. Here it is workspace, and I've created a channel So right now the bot is listening to all the conversations that happen here. So now I'm going to demo it on this channel that I created for demo. Yeah, this is my Solid community pod, and I've created another one on Interrupt. So the first thing a user has to do is to do a Solid login. Here the default login is into Interrupt, but to begin I want to do it inside Solid community. Yes, okay.
Oh, are they? Is my audio out of sync with the video as well, or does it look like I'm still going? So the audio from the computer is out of sync. I am not sure how to fix that, if that's the case. I'm going to continue with this. So sorry about the audio and video being out of sync, as my computer, I guess, struggles to keep up with the live stream. The YouTube video. Okay. Oh, you're saying that the audio and video in your YouTube video are out of sync. Oh, I didn't notice. It seems to be fine. Okay, let's continue.
So the bot shows me a message to open and provide the session. Okay, this is now connected. The redirect, this is an issue that should get fixed. So now we have basically the user has logged in. If I show it to you here, these are my chats on my storage, and these are two from the other tests. So now if I send a new message here that says hi and refresh, yeah, we get a new one created. Let me see which one it is. Okay. Okay, it seems like it's this one. So now I can open, yeah, you can see the hi message here. I prefer to have a better preview of this one, but okay, this is fine like this. So now my message is getting copied into my pod. Now I can say hello. Yeah, you can see this show up here. And now with the other member in the channel, I can also reply. This is another one. This is Yashar testing Solid Slack bridge. And I reply hi. You can see that the response show up here. This now is linking to Slack. If you see the URL at the bottom, this is now directing to URL, but I can change it. A user can provide their web ID as their profile status. So yeah, I was looking at the wrong place. Okay, so this is here. I open my profile, I set my status to my interrupt ID. So this is how it shows up here. And now if I send another message in the demo channel, yeah, you can see this show up and linking this time to my ID on interrupt. So this is again my interrupt storage. I can log in with this other user as well. So I tap Solid login. This time I don't need to type any parameters, and I get the URL to provide the session. Okay, I don't want to open it here because this is incognito. Wait. Okay. Okay, the redirect again should get fixed. But now, if the user types a new message, it will show up here. So I am logged in. So what happens here is that they get the conversation created on this pod as well. So yeah, so now the new user also gets to see the new conversation created here. This is the new one. Yeah, but unfortunately we cannot preview it here on in-drop storage. Yeah, but it is created and the contents are there, and this is how you can see the conversations show up here. I can reply again with my own user. Good to see. And again, this will show up here from yoshrpm.solid community. The other one is id.inrupt/yoshrpm. So basically all the conversations are being moved to Slack, to Solid. Our next stage is to make it a two-way sync, basically, so that when I reply here, it also shows up on a Slack. So thank you. This was the Solid Slack Bridge team, and yeah, have a good time.
Okay. First impression, I love it. It is like, it is simple, but it definitely is doing exactly what this challenge was for. Building a bridge between a legacy kind of centralized social media application or social application and Solid. So exactly what this challenge was for. Also, love the fact that it is compatible with the data browser, with the data browser chat app, because interoperability is core to the concept of Solid. So kudos for that. So that's the first impression. Let's play around a little bit with it then. Let's get rid of this. And we'll move this guy back over here. Okay, so let's take a look at the GitHub, shall we? Let's clear out some of this stuff first. Now we can keep Pod Pro around. We'll keep this video around, and here. Very good. Okay, cool. All right, let's get into it. Solid Slack Bridge, a bridge that provides a one-way sync from Slack to Solid Chat. I'm wondering, this is something Tim has been asking for a bit. I don't know if you knew that he was asking for it, or like if the impetus of this was because Tim has been asking for this, but I'm sure that he'll be pretty happy to see that exists. How to use it? Simply add the bot to your Slack workspace, and all your conversations, including direct and channel messages, will be added to Solid pods and of all users that have been logged into Solid accounts. If a message is sent to a user that has not provided a Solid session, their message will still show up on pods of the users with that session. Users without a session have the option to set the link to their Solid web ID as their Slack profile status. This will help link their messages to the Solid identity. In order to log into Solid accounts, the users need to type /solid login in any of the workspace conversations. BridgeBot will reply with a log link they can follow to give bot access to their Solid pod. From that moment, the bot will silently forward every Slack message to the respective chats that have a user's pod. Okay, so it is a one-way chat, but that still is an integration. That still counts. It's still good for record keeping. So if I want to have a conversation on Slack, a lot of people might know that Slack deletes messages if you have the free account. So if I want to archive those, this could be very useful. Even if it's a one-way chat, if I want to archive the chats that have existed on my Solid pod, this is a very convenient way to do that. How it works. The server listens to two separate ports. One of them provides the login endpoint to retrieve the solid session. The other one utilizes Slack's Bolt.js library to set up and listen to new Slack messaging events. So Slack Bolt.js. I once built a Slack bot, but I had to write it in Java, which was a little bit annoying to do. I wonder how Bolt.js is. I wonder if that's easy to write in. After each solid session is created, they are stored in a mapping from the user's Slack identifier to their solid sessions. Okay, after they are stored in a mapping from the Slack identifier to the solid session. So I'm guessing on the server you are running Inrupt's authentication library, and then there is something in memory that says Slack identifier, here's the solid session, and then you do like session.fetch on that to actually make the writes. On every new message event, first the maker of that message is extracted. We either have a session for this Slack user, or they have set their Slack status to their web ID, or we'll just use the link to their profile on Slack. Then the members of the Slack conversation are retrieved. For each member in the solid session, we add the message to their chat on the pod. If the chat does not exist, we create it. Cool. Let's run it ourselves. Let's do it. Cool. We open slack.com. Oh, let's do that in a new tab. All right, let's sign in. Man, it's been a long time since I used Slack, but let's go ahead and sign in with Slack. And it's popping up a window for me. We'll sign in with my junk email. All right. Design Club. Jackson Test. Jackson Test sounds like a thing that I set up to test something. So what a perfect thing to install this on. I have no idea what this was. Actually, before I just show what this was, I'll bring this down here as it's launching Slack. Just so that I don't end up revealing stuff if I don't want to reveal it. But this should be a good Slack community to install this bot on. All right, we're loading. Okay. Jackson Test. Come on, CPU, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. I'm going to need to look up what Windows Server is and why I'm running a Windows Server. Okay, I'm actually going to create a new workspace because I don't want to show that workspace. Let's create a new workspace. Yashar says, okay, I have gotten this document. If I've gotten this documentation right, I'm going to retire from programming and be a full-time documentation writer. Yeah, let's see if I can set everything up properly. Test for solid hackathon. A very catchy name that I hope isn't taken. Yes, that is me, Jackson Morgan. I am right now. I'm just going to make it me. So we'll skip this step. Unless people from this chat want to join, I could invite you to this test. Lala says, please don't. The solid community needs people like you. Right? You are. Right? You are. If anyone wants to provide your email or like Slack identifier, it's working on test. Cool. Then I can add you to this and we can play around. Okay, how it works. So we're logging in. If I go to api.slack.com, and hello OneDrive. Oh, is Windows Server, because I have Microsoft Office installed, does it just have a constantly running thing to get Microsoft Office to work? Huh. Darn it, Microsoft Office. Okay, so we are going to api.slack.com. I would restart my computer just to clear out everything, but that would end this stream. And then I'd have to split it into 2 parts. And I don't want to do that. Okay. Yeah, thanks, Microsoft. Create a new app. We are, okay, right corner, your apps, manage your apps. Your apps, manage your apps. Awesome. Create a new app. Oof. Why is the create a new app button not working? I might, there it is. Man, that took a while. Okay, so we are creating a new app from app manifest, and we will select the workspace, test for solid hackathon, and from app manifest, test the, copy and paste the app below. Don't forget to change the recipe for base URL. Okay, sounds good. Maybe I'm still running stashdata, the stashdata link app process. I closed out of stashdata on here. I hope that it would end. Plus, I'm not seeing OBS, which is the streaming software that's taking up a lot. Yeah, hopefully everything still runs fine. Lala, you're too nice. Let's build together. Oh yeah, you guys should build together. That would be cool. Okay, so we are pasting in this, and then the thing that we want to do is replace base URL, and we're replacing that with our pod, right? In the manifest with your do not forget to with your domain and port. Is that the domain and port for the pod? I am assuming that's the case. So we will use, in the example you used ESS. Is that the right, is that the best one I should be using to test this out? Step 1 is have a domain. Please don't forget. Pick a domain to run my server on. By server, is this like when it says run your server, is it the solid Slack bridge server? So I need to run the solid Slack bridge on a server? in which case I should probably get like a DigitalOcean instance. If I have to get a DigitalOcean instance and then like install everything on this, that might take a little bit too long. So I might just go off of what I see in the video. But Yashar, is that the case? Do I need to just like deploy something to the cloud, deploy this to the cloud somewhere, and then hook it up? Slack server needs to find your server. And when you say your server, is that the solid Slack bridge server or my solid pod? Oh, also, forgot to put on music. Okay. And you say Slack server needs to find your server. Yes, the Slack bridge server. Got it. Okay, so if that's the case, if what I need to do in order to set this up is go to like a DigitalOcean instance and configure it, and then run this server, and then do a link here to Slack's server, then I might forego this to set up everything, but and I'll go off of the video and I'll just trust that everything works. Reza says, like us while developing. Cool. So I'll go off the video, and from what I can see, everything works. I like the fact that it's working with I like the fact that it works with the data browser's chat app. So let's go ahead and we'll jump into the code, and we will we'll find out, and we'll do an evaluation based on all of our stuff here. Okay, so first let's evaluate our linked data. First of all, I'll make a few notes here. Bridge for Slack, perfect use for this hackathon. Most creative implementation. I will reserve judgment on that until I've seen all of them. Use of community management and user choice. Certainly a lot of user choice there. Let's evaluate the linked data. Here we go. So we are looking for, let's go ahead and we'll clone down this so that it's a little bit easier to see. Also, we got 12 people here right now. That's awesome. Thanks so much, everyone, for coming in. I know it's a long one, but I'm trying to be thorough and give everyone the attention that they deserve. Awesome. Cool. Solid Slack bridge. All right, let's take a look at the code. Ba-da-da. All right, solid Slack bridge. So we are going to be looking for the place where you do RDF best. Utils. Okay, you've got a logger. Hello, other Jackson. Hello, IPSR. How you doing? Okay, so they've got types. And this looks like it is some kind of a message type, but these are just TypeScript types. Shared session, man, 94% CPU. Session store, okay, so this is, okay, so that's just the default session, and then we've got a session store, which is just a record of sessions to, of names to sessions that was described in the URL. This looks to be the meat of it. So we've got some kind of webhook here, lets you log in to your solid pod. Okay, cool. Using session.login makes total sense. And then it does a redirect in order to have you log in. It's got a callback and then a log out. And then is there, so we've got cookies. So we've got the webhooks for login and log out. Use cookie session, get session from storage, shared sessions. IPS, I am doing well. Wallace says you're doing great. Maybe also take a little break at some point. Yeah, I might do that, take a break at some point, because I had a little bit of breakfast, but I am feeling a little bit hungry, but I'm not feeling super hungry. If any of you want to take a break, you're perfectly welcome to do. You can always come back to the stream and go back to it wherever you were before. You can pause it, watch it at 2 times speed. I will not be offended at all. Okay, so this express seems to only be login and log out. Index.ts, let's see, what's this doing? Okay, app. So this express here, it's just adding the login and log out functions to the app, and then in index.ts, this looks like this is what's doing the actual process of setting up everything. IPSR, this is a Ipsita here. Unfortunately, I could not submit my coding, but I have been extremely excited for this hackathon. Hey, next time you can submit your coding, and look forward to seeing that. Yasser says, then maybe utils.js is also of interest. Yes, I'll be looking at utils.ts soon. Okay, so we've got solid login. So it does server base, Slack UUID, solid log out. Okay, so this is like, got it. So this is the command that you do in Slack. So this will trigger the login, and then when there is a message, it gives you the message, and you take out the members, you get the Slack UUID, you recall the session, and then you are doing session info, and for each member, you're saying create a user message. Okay, that sounds like that's where the linked data is. Okay, and this is in utils.js as suggested. IPSR, yes, I will definitely participate next time, and with some rocking ideas as well. Awesome. Yeah, and these hackathons are themed. Hadrian tries to pick a neat theme for it, so it might keep you a little bit on your toes if, and it might generate some more ideas if there's a unique theme that you're looking for, thinking of a new project for that unique theme. Okay, let's take a look at this utils.js. Cool. So this is using the interrupt client library to do data, and I can see the predicates that we have. We've got XLNS, RDF, Perl. All of these are understandable predicates that we've seen before, and then we're creating a message for flow. So this is all interoperable with the chat, and then there's save data set. Cool. So yeah, that's working well. That's with RDF. Now the question is unstructured data. Like if I could upload a picture, because you can upload pictures to chat. on Slack, and that picture were translated into my pod, then that would be great. I don't necessarily see anything here that says that you can do that, because you can. The data browser chat feature also is able to view pictures. So I might have to dock a few points for a lack of unstructured data, because there's a good opportunity to do unstructured data in this application, but I might have to dock a few points for that. But at least from the structured data standpoint, good use of linked data, interoperable with data browser chat, and then but no use of unstructured data. And I'll let Yashar, if there is a use of unstructured data in here, you can chime in and tell me. But I at least right now I don't see it. Lala says, gonna get dinner now and check up on the rest later. Was great to see the other projects. I'm excited to learn more. Thanks for giving the feedback, Jackson. Very valuable for all participants, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for popping in, Lala. Cool. Okay, now let's talk about access control policies. Let's see, are we doing anything with access control policies? Probably in util.ts. Add name, save thing, create data set. It doesn't look like we're doing anything with access control policies here at all. So not touching on it. I can see that with this use case, it might make sense to, like, as long as the owner of the pod is able to see it, that should be fine. But I could also imagine ways that that access control policies could be used in this use case. Yeah, Yashar says, I'm afraid not. The most structureless part of it is reading the web ID from the Slack status, which is not really a good idea, lol. Yeah, the Slack status isn't getting saved onto the solid pod. So what I'm looking for unstructured stuff is using a solid pod to save unstructured data, like images or text files or something like that. Or like in the Martin's case, your private public keys that are needed for things. So that's what I'm looking for with unstructured data. I don't see any use of access control policies here, so unfortunately I can't award any points for best use of access control policies. But there are things that can be made up for that in the best use of social network. In terms of scalability, the only problem I can think of with this is we are replicating a lot of data. Let's say there is a chat room that might have thousands of people in it. I've seen Slack rooms that have thousands of people in it. This means that if I do a message, then I'm making 1,000 requests to save a bunch of stuff on different pods. So something that might have been a little bit of a better way to architect this is if instead I have like one place that I'm sending these chat messages to whenever something is sent to a chat, and then I update the access control rules on that to say, hey, everyone who signed in has access to this place, and maybe there could be a Slack command that lets you determine this is the place on the solid pod where I could put it. So that's how I could imagine this being a little bit more scalable. I'm going to reserve judgment on the exact point value until I've seen everything else for this, but for a small chat room, this should be fine. But I know that Slack chat rooms can get huge, possibly. So, and when we're talking about most scalable solution, we want to be thinking of things that are able to accommodate the kinds of things that exist in the real world. So, may not scale for chat rooms that are thousands of users. Cool. So that is it for Solid Slack Bridge. Thank you so much for submitting Solid Slack Bridge. Of course, I'll come back around later and then do a review of the more subjective portions. That's a great idea, and it is feasible too. Awesome, thanks, Yashar. Yeah, I think that if we're thinking about ways to improve in terms of access control as well as most scalable solution for this, that would have knocked both of those out, because then you'd be using access control to bring things in line with the participants of the chat, and it would make it so that you only need to make one request every time you receive a Slack client. The other thing that I can think about, actually, now that I'm thinking about most scalable solution, is if you have one server that's serving a bunch of different chats, then that server might be overloaded. But hey, that's all possible to take care of with load balancing, because you don't necessarily need one server. Cool. All right, on to submission 5, which is Garuda, and they have submitted Linked Pro. They say, "Dear Hackathon team, we kindly find the link for our project. Project name is Link Pro," and then they give a project link to the GitHub. Their team name is Garuda, and then this is the team with Kabul and Riza. Thank you so much, Kabul and Riza. Let's check out your project. Da, 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 da. Linked Pro. Very cool. Okay, Linked Pro is a social networking platform. Oops, sorry. I might need to let my cat out. Just a second. I'll be right back. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Okay. Sorry about that. It was meowing. He's a very hungry cat, so we need to keep them separated when they get fed. Okay, I am back. All right, so Linked Pro, a social network platform based on Solid, social linked data. I don't think Solid is actually stands for socially linked data anymore. A little bit of history on Solid. It used to be spelled like SOLID with this alternating case here, and that was not very aesthetic, to say the least. But it stood for socially linked data, or sorry, with a capital D. But I don't think that it doesn't stand for socially linked data anymore. It just means it's just Solid as a word. But a nice throwback to what it used to stand for. The key difference between another existing social network platform is that it does not collect your data, even a single piece of your data. Instead, any data that you've created, posts, comments, likes, follows, etc., are yours, and they store in your pod. This means, 1, you create a post. This post is stored in your post data set. 2, you make a comment on the post. This comment is stored in your comment data set. 3, you make a like on a post. It's stored in your like data set, and so on. Built on React.js, Node.js, and the Solid client library. And they've got a YouTube video. Let's take a look at the YouTube video. Before that, let's get rid of all these tabs. Wait. There we go. All right. And let me get all of the music stopped and everything, all the volume up. Ah, man, I can hear the corporate music already. It's great. Here, let me turn everything all the way up. And let me know if everyone can hear things. know, it looks a lot like LinkedIn. That's pretty cool, but like down to the icons. So also a slick design on this one. Interesting. Why are you on YouTube? Oh, you were just getting a link. Got it. Okay, we're signing into someone else, I'm assuming, so that I can see the posts of that we just created from another perspective. Now let's look at the structured data behind. Yeah, you know what I'm looking for. I want to see the structured data. Okay, let's pause this here a bit. Okay, so what do we have? We have activity streams, perfect. Perl terms, schema.org, 3. This C0 is used as a object, right? Yep, C0, C and C0 are used as objects. Marvelous, wow, yeah. I'll reserve until the video ends to give a first impression, but yeah. And then these are subjects, XSD, schema, terms, and activity streams. Yep. Wow. Okay. So, yes, first impression on this, there are so many features in this. This is a full-fledged social network. It's like you made a mini LinkedIn, which that is kudos to you. Hats off. It's definitely a full-fledged social network that has everything you could need, like commenting and sharing and the links. I want to play around with it more. So let's look at let's go back to GitHub and look through things. But yeah, an impressive number of features in that. So that definitely took a lot of work, and you built that in 2 weeks. That's pretty good. Okay, so specifications uses web IDs for personal agents, web access control, ACL. Okay, so again, like a lot of people, the standard did say that we should be using ACPs, so I might have to dock a few points for that, but of course you'll still get partial points for using ACLs. I want to see the way that you've used ACLs. WC3C LDP, which is a part of the solid protocol, serves read and write. You use ActivityPub and then schema.org, vcard, and FOF as the vocabulary, so good use of vocabularies here. Features, man, there are so many features already. Log in with a solid pod, create a new post, create a comment on a post, follow a user. I am interested in how this follow works. Like, is it just, if I follow a user, whenever how do I know when they've posted? Is it using ActivityPub to put something in like my inbox folder, or does it just keep an index of the users, and every time I load up the application, it queries all of them? So I'll look into the code to see how that works. You can share videos with a React player for video. I'm guessing this is like I have a link to a YouTube video, or maybe a video on, or just like an MP4 on the web. I wonder if you can upload videos, because if you can upload videos, then that would be pretty awesome, and great for points for that unstructured data section. You can like posts, you can aggregate all posts from followed users. Okay, so it's like a personal wall. You can auto-authenticate a user on refresh, and you can sign out, of course. Future plans, modify post, sure. Modify content, delete posts, delete comments, modify the profile, repost and reshare, add notifications, add circle. Did LinkedIn even have circles? Does LinkedIn have circles? I know Google, remember Google Circles? I liked it in concept, but it never took off. Download data as a dump file. Although I could do this on other interfaces well, but it would be cool to have this. Query personal data and integrate it with the external knowledge graph. This would be cool. Really linking it into other parts of the semantic web. Distributed reasoning and recommendation, etc. Okay. Let's check it out. Let's go ahead and clone down the app so we can see what's up. Sorry, Solid Slack Bridge. We are going to clone something new. Okay. Let's check it out. Cool. And we can even try out the demo. We'll install everything first. But while that's installing, let's take a look at some of this stuff as my CPU hopefully holds on to everything as it indexes stuff and installs the NPM modules. Okay. So app.js, let's take a look at the app. Solid.js, that sounds fun. What's solid.js doing? We have, okay, so we're bringing in our schema. This is probably for generating URIs. Git pod URL all, solid dataset, solid things. Save solid dataset, remove things. Get default session. Okay. Oh, sorry. My IDE is really lagging right now. Makes you want to use Vim, I guess. If I were better at Vim key bindings, it wouldn't lag so much. So let's wait for everything to install, and then we're gonna let my CPU quiet down a little bit. Very cool. But yeah, oh my gosh, so many features, and it looks so professional because it looks like LinkedIn. So it is, what an application. All right, let's go ahead and turn my music back on. Da, 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 da. And hey, if you this looks really cool as a social network. So Kabul, if you're listening to this, I'd love to see this as a deployed application that I can just get access from a URL. I might post on it. All right, are we good? Are we good, Mr. Computer? Are you going to behave? Are you gonna lag? Okay, so this is using the interrupt code base. Okay, cool. Now that the installation is done, everything feels much better. Let's start the app. Let's play around. Ba, 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 ba. All right, here we go. Oh, hey. This is still running in a private window. Let's see if that helps. Okay. Nope. No change in CPU usage. All right, we are building the development server. Kabul says, we did it in 3 weeks with no funding at all. Yeah, kudos to you. No, that should be fine. Let's try reloading. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Here we go. Yeah, looks good. Just interested, what are we doing with join now? Okay, links to solidcommunity.net. Cool. A bunch of different app developers have different interpretations for what to do with buttons like that. But let's take the suggested solidcommunity.net. Is there an option to so this has nothing to do with a hackathon. Like this doesn't this won't weigh negatively on your judging scores. But usually, what I like to see is an option to log in with any provider. So, as an example, if I go to your application, I only have options to log in with Solid Community and Interrupt.net. And this might be because maybe it only works on NSS servers, which that's fine. But it would be awesome to be able to just have a little text box where I could log in, because if it only works on NSS servers, I still might want to log in with like solidweb.org, or maybe I've got an NSS server that I'm running myself. It's best to have solid applications that can have these nice little buttons that that you can click to log in, but you always want to be able to let people log in with whatever they want, because that's the main ethos of Solid. Cool. Okay, so we've got this going. Let's play around. Let's play around a little bit with this. So I'm going to make a post. Hello, this is a post, and I did see that we do have a button here for images. Is this going to do something? Ooh. So if I want to upload a picture of me cuddling with my cat, okay, I'm ready. And if I post it, anything gonna happen? Let's see. The post button doesn't seem to be working right now. It's not making network requests. Perhaps, okay, so the post button does work if I'm not including an image. Okay, cool. And it seems to be refreshing the feed. Oh. Okay, that was a login redirect that we had there. And it is loading up posts. Let's see if it gets the posts. it seems to be doing a lot of requests to my profile for some reason. Okay, but we do have the post, indeed. Awesome. I'm going to open an incognito window so that I can log in as someone else. We'll sign in as inrupt.net. One of my accounts on there. I'll sign in as Jackson2. But it is easy to add another pod as well. I know, Jackson, we just, lack of time. Okay, yeah. The image thing, lack of time. Makes sense. No worries there. Though it would have been really cool to see upload a photo, because that would have hit the requirement to have unstructured data. So that would have been perfect, but no worries for that. So I saw here that you can add people's web ID. So this one is solidcommunity.net/card. Me, or it's actually jackson.solidcommunity.net. And I can follow that. Let me see what the network's doing. Okay, I'm now following Jackson at solidcommunity.net. It reloads everything. And now, will I see Jackson stuff? Okay, cool. So I see you're like reloading the UI every time I do some kind of modification. And yeah, what is... So is this just pulling it to try to get an update of everything? To keep up to date with everything? Yes, cool. Okay, it does show a post. This is awesome. And then if I like it, it reload. Is it going to do another authentication? Okay. Very cool. Is this going to... Am I going to see that it's liked here? Not working with files yet, sorry, only text. No worries. But it is easy to add another pod as well. Cool. So I am liking it. Let's go back to the list of features that we had. Create a new post, follow a user, share videos, like posts, aggregate all posts from a user. So I'm guessing hashtags are not working currently, which, of course, that, judging wise, not going to go against it. If I search, does search work? Okay, I don't think search does anything. And I'm guessing hashtags also don't do anything. But that's fine, there's plenty of features here. You know, I will follow Kabul, the creator of Linked Pro. Very cool. Nice. The fact that it reloads after every state change, of course, this probably just takes a little bit more software development to do. You might have been rushed because we did this in 3 weeks, but yeah, I think that you could benefit from having an internal state that's kept, so that you don't need to do this reload on every state change. And then if there is some kind of state change, you obviously update the UI and then update the server. And then if this polling here, the fact that I'm doing a bunch of requests for my profile and a bunch of requests for everyone else's profile, at the moment, this isn't scalable because it looks like I'm doing a request to everyone's profile and everyone's likes every second. So right now I'm only following 2 people. So I'm following the other Jackson, and then I'm also following you. So if I'm following that over 1,000 people, which like that's the case for my personal LinkedIn. Haha, look at that. That's so cool. Which is the case for my personal LinkedIn. Then doing this kind of polling isn't going to work. Probably a better way to do it. Kabul says, I had a bug with component reload, therefore I need to refresh everything. Yeah, makes sense. But we want to make this scale a little bit better. Instead of doing this constant polling, we want to subscribe to a webhook for each of these resources. And that way, you only get alerted if one of those resources changes, instead of needing to constantly send a request over and over again in order to get that information. But it seems to have quieted down. Maybe that's just a bug, that it's querying all of these things at once. But even still, let's say let's say you weren't trying to do polling. Even still, having a system where I'm following thousands of people and I need to send a request every time I load the application, I need to send a request to every one of my followers' pods in order to aggregate a feed. The scalability of that might be a little bit difficult because that's 1,000 requests while you're loading the application. And then imagine how that scales out to, like, I have a pod and 1,000 people follow me. Then they're going to be sending thousands of requests to get my data on the pod. There might be having a agent that represents you dynamically build a feed might be a way to make this scale a bit more. Now, doing that is easier said than done, because you want to have an agent that's always online, that's efficiently looking through feeds and adding things to it. But if you're going to do something like as ambitious as create a social network, you want to create a social network that can scale. So you might need to have some kind of back-end agent. But like I definitely feel for you if that's the goal that you have to create a social network. There's a reason why Fediverse social networks are set up the way they are. Like a Mastodon instance is designed to, like, your feed is only things from if I understand it correctly, your feed is only things from that Mastodon instance that you're a member of, that's partially for political reasons. That's partially for non-political reasons, like just scalability issues. Because if I have thousands of Mastodon instances and I need to aggregate a feed across it, you can't do that dynamically. Things need to be found and stored on the back end. So scalability is also a bit of a concern. But I'm going to now take a look at my pod and see. Actually, before I do that, let me note down. Why is my thing frozen? Hello. Okay, there we go. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, no problem, Kabul. Bobanina Mohammed says, sorry, Balbania Mohammed. Hi, Jackson. Hi, Balbania. Fantastic. I'll note down possible ability issues with requests to thousands of pods. But let's go ahead and assess access control and use of linked data. So let's look at the linked data that has been put on our pod. This is our homework. Indeed. Yeah, this is a task that is complicated, like to the point where even at the popularity of Mastodon, they haven't solved it. It's also partially because they don't want to solve it. If you ever request like a aggregated feed from everything, the people at Mastodon get really mad at you. But yeah, federated query, federated getting that kind of information is a really difficult problem. In fact, if you do solve it, if you say, Kabul, that this is your homework to solve this, I invite you to like write that up as an academic paper, apply to conferences like ISWC or TOEFL, and because that might be some interesting stuff. People are interested in federated query, so it's not like that could go beyond, that could go into a whole dissertation if you wanted to. Okay, so we are going to go to Pod Pro and take a look at what this has done to our pod. What account did I use? I used solid community.net. Okay, so let's see. What did we do here? Is there a specific folder that this got written into? Contact list, credentials, inbox, Martin notes, chat, OKH. Okay, I don't think it's OKH. Test container, test folder. Where did linked pro go? So you are making a lot of requests to posts. Okay, that's Google APIs. So follows is in, okay, so it's just in the public folder. Okay. Right. Okay, so everything is put in the public folder. Okay, we have, unfortunately, this is a little bit cluttered because I've used this account for other things. Okay, so there are no comments, which makes sense. Follows. Created, date, time, schema, identifier. Picture, me. Object is. Okay, so I am following that. Okay, awesome. The data here looks, the link data looks good. Okay, we've got likes. I didn't like anything. This account didn't like anything, but it did post something. So yeah, link data wise, everything looks good. So I'll say good use of linked data. Definitely we can have a paper out of it. Yeah, definitely. Good use of linked data. Uses vocabs correctly. No use of unstructured data. Ran out of time. Cool. Now let's look at access control. So it did say that in the README that you're using WAC, right? Or was that a past project? Follow user. Okay, yeah, it did say that you're using WAC. So let's see. Where are you using WAC? So you're not importing anything that is WAC from the solid client here. Maybe it's in one of the components. Specifically, we're looking for access would be what you're, although you could have said something that's not access. Let's see. Okay, so maybe you imported it using something else. So I did see that everything is in the public folder, which means that, yes, sorry, I have to leave for the stream. It was nice to see all the great people. Wish you all the best. Awesome. Thank you for tuning in, Yashar. It was great. Okay, so we've got a home page. I am willing to believe that WAC actually isn't used in this project, just from the fact that I'm not seeing anything that uses access control from solid client. Git string no locale, and also everything's in the public folder, which implies that you are just relying on the access control rules that are in the public folder, which is fine. It's so for the use case that you're using, it's fine that everything is public. However, the judging criteria does say that you do need to use a WAC, and I'm not going to count just putting things in the public folder as a use of WAC. I do want to see some kind of modification or like some kind of feature where you would say, oh, I only want this post to be shared with my friend group. And I know that you said here in your future plans you want to add circles. I'm guessing that's what that kind of feature would be, where you say, I have this post, I want to share it with this circle of people, but that's, if I'm correct, that's not in the application at the moment. So I unfortunately can't award any points for WAC, for the use of access control policies or the use of WAC. But the application itself is very impressive, and I think that that's going to reflect itself in the most creative implementation in one of these subjective categories when I go back to do it. So thank you so much, Kabul and Reza, for submitting this application, for submitting a Linked Pro. Very impressive application. And let's move on to submission number 6. All right. We're gonna get rid of this and this so that hopefully we can save a little bit of CPU. All right, submission 6. Okay, submission 6 is Kobayashi. And they say, Dear Interrupt Hackathon team, that's us. Thank you so much for allowing me to participate in this hackathon. I greatly enjoyed my experience and learned a lot, but unfortunately spent most of my time bogged down with development configuration issues. Oh man, well, happens to the best of us. Hopefully the amount that you learned was really helpful. I have attached my repository containing a modest progress on the initial Mastodon. On an initial Mastodon with solid POC. Oh, so they also did a Mastodon integration. Cool. But I fear it is still very incomplete. Instead, I have written some thoughts about my vision for this project and why I think it's worth pursuing. Thank you again, and I look forward to seeing what everyone else has made. Best regards, Jim Stricker and team Kobayashi. Jim, haha, sorry my email is so verbose. No, not at all. Not at all. I want to hear your thought process. Okay, the problem: quasi-decentralization in social web. Mastodon is a decentralized social network application that closely resembles Twitter. Over 1.5 million daily active users and nearly 9 million total users distributed across 9,000 instances. It is one of the most widely used services in the network of loosely coupled but highly cohesive and permanently interoperable social hubs known throughout the Fediverse. Mastodon's continued success is due in a large part to its simplicity and ease of use, which sets it apart from many Fediverse apps that are still in its infancy. It has had its share of lucky breaks, including the recent implosion of Twitter. I think you mean X? And the influx of new Mastodon users seeking a familiar replacement. Despite this success, it is not without problems. One of its most persistent issues has been its inability to fully deliver on its goal of fostering user confidence by eliminating instance lock-in, one of the key draws of the Fediverse, and indeed one of the reasons why so many flocked from Twitter, myself included, was the hope that we would never again have to abandon an entire social network due to the events beyond our control. Instance lock-in has been a topic of much discussion and ire among Mastodon users. A series of conversations on the topic on Mastodon's GitHub page contains over 500 comments that can be traced back to as far back as 2015. Significant improvements have been made, but as of October 2023, it is still not possible to migrate your posts across instances without losing certain key pieces of information about them, including the time of their original posting. In addition, including the time of their original posting. That is interesting because there is certain information that it needs to be verifiable. So like, for example, if I could migrate my post, I could just lie and say that, oh, this was posted at a different time. So I'm wondering if verifiable credentials could be a solution for that. Anyway, that's just a thought I had there. Jim says I went a little overboard. Not at all. I'm happy to read through it. In addition, some aspects of migration rely on the continued existence of a user's former instances. If I'm guessing that has to do with like redirects and things like that. You need to have your former instance play ball if you want redirects to work. If any of those instances go down, the connection is lost. These issues are rooted in the fact that that user and account data is tightly coupled to Mastodon instances by design. Okay, so account data is what you need the instance to be online for. Got it. Solid's model of inherently user-centric data storage and authorization presents an opportunity to permanently fix these issues. True. So at least from what you're saying about Mastodon, again, I'm not as much of a Mastodon nerd as maybe some people in this room, but if what you're saying is true, I can imagine Solid has some leg up, though there is still some work when it comes to making sure that Solid is completely migratable. And redirect URLs are a big part of that. So like if I have a Solid instance and maybe my friend links to my profile that is on one domain, and then I migrate all my data to another domain, I still need that instance to be online to do redirects. Or I need to know about everyone who has linked to me in the world and update all of those people, which is also a big scalability problem. And there are a lot of questions up in the air from that. But at least you are able to migrate your identity provider. That is something that is technically possible in the Solid world right now, if not difficult to do from a UX perspective, but at least it's technically possible. Okay, key insights. Solidon, Mastodon plus Solid, is an implementation that would still feel familiar for most people. A lightweight Mastodon fork. Oh, so you actually forked the Mastodon code base and built on top of that. That's kind of cool. Or you would have if you had had the time to do it. Featuring an account creation and management system that resembles single sign-on, with the added bonus of data sovereignty and automated backups. It does not take full advantage of all that Solid and the semantic web have to offer, but would be a great way to introduce a lot of people to the concept and its benefits. full text search is all the buzz in the Fediverse right now, and it is implementing full text search into highly decentralized and relatively unstructured data. Mastodon recently addressed this issue by implementing full text search supported by Elasticsearch. I did not know that. Is that true? And is this on a per instance basis? In which case this is a lot less impressive, or is this an actually federated full text search that is working across a bunch of different instances? If that's the case, that's very cool. If that's not the case, then it's not. Jim says, yep, very recent. Let me find the source. That's cool. However, Elasticsearch still falls short in a few areas. It primarily relies on shallow formal categorizations to achieve greater search speeds than raw. The EES inverted index sorting mechanism superficially resembles an ontology, but it only groups words based on their structural resemblance to one another, than the meaning of their context. Modern methods and AI could be used to make it possible to quickly and automatically examine context of data points and structure them into ontologies based on a deeper meaning. Yeah, that's true. I guess this is what comes up when, if I have Mastodon, then I have a very limited number of things that I'm trying to do. It's all posts, it's all messages. However, if you expand this problem out to Solid, now you get the benefit of knowing what a predicate means and knowing how structured data works. So that might be a benefit. ES also relies on data centralization to a great extent, though its use of sharding alleviates this somewhat. Does it? Because even if I have a sharded ES instance, all the shards in an ES instance are owned by one organization. It's like saying that, I've got a sharded instance of Postgres, or I've got DynamoDB, which DynamoDB, yes, there's a lot of different servers on DynamoDB, but all those servers are owned by the same people. Oh, for those of you who aren't familiar, DynamoDB is a project created by Amazon, I think it's an Amazon project, which is a very online, robust key value store, and the way it stays so robust is that instances can be dynamically added and removed from the key value store very easily without you losing data and without you losing the amount of without you losing uptime. But every instance that's added to a DynamoDB is owned by the same person. There's no security. There's no security considerations for having decentralized instances like you might see in the IPFS world added to it. And a sharded Elasticsearch is essentially the same thing as I've got DynamoDB, I've got a sharded Postgres server. They're all owned by the same one person. So while, yes, the technology is decentralized, the ownership of that data is not decentralized. Jim says, that's a good point. I don't know if that's in reference to the Elasticsearch stuff, but yeah, of course it's a good point. No. Key challenges. Distributed data will still need to be validated for authenticity. Users should not be able to manipulate the data in their pod to impersonate the actions of others. This is a key challenge, and it was a key challenge when I was building the Liquid Chat. So if anyone's using Liquid Chat, you might notice that sometimes there's a little message that pops up that says this message is not message is unverified. I think it says this message is unverified, and you might notice that if you're sending chats from anything that's not Liquid Chat, like say the data browser, you will always get the message next to the chat that says this message is unverified. And that's because Liquid Chat does not know if that message is valid. does this, a message contains, hey, this is the person's name, this is the person's, this is the person's message, this is the time they posted it. There's no authority that's authenticating that that message is valid. You could just write to the pod and say, hey, my worst enemy wrote this message that said something slanderous. Oh my gosh, why would they write something like that? That's technically possible to do. The way Liquid Chat handles it is not the greatest solution. What it does is it mints a verifiable credential signed by Liquid Chat itself, and then puts that verifiable credential on the pod that says, okay, Liquid Chat has verified that this is true. Now that's not great, because that's not interoperable with everything else. As I said, the client, the solid data browser client, doesn't mint credentials. So you're going to get that little error message every time you go to Liquid Chat. The actual solution that we would want to have to solve this problem here, distributed data needs to be validated by authenticity, is we want to have a standard for minting credentials to say that this is that this credential is true, and that standard, binding that standard to data, is not currently in Solid explicitly. You can store verifiable credentials, which is the W3C standard, on a Solid pod, but it would be great to see standards in Solid that are very much bound to that credential. Inrupt has partially been working on a verifiable credential access control system, so that's a little bit related, but not exactly the same thing of what I'm talking about. Okay, anyway, but good point to Jim bringing up this key challenge of authenticity. Users should not be able to manipulate data in their pod to impersonate the actions of others. Furthermore, users that migrate from one instance to another should still have their relationships and interaction data preserved and authenticated. Therefore, interaction data will need to be flexible in terms of storage location and resistant to forgery and manipulation. Indeed. The bottom line, Mastodon presents a uniquely attractive opportunity to accelerate Solid adoption by integrating it with widely used social networking applications in a meaningful and helpful way. By virtually eliminating vendor lock-in and streamlining the process migrating across servers, Solidon will bring a significant and long-awaited improvement to Mastodon and the Fediverse that furthers this mission of decentralization. Though not the most elegant and technically sophisticated implementation of Solid, it will implement it in a way that alleviates instance lock-in and as of yet unresolved issue in the Fediverse, while still feeling similar to and seamless to most people. All right, release roadmap. Cool. Solidon will initially be deployed as a standalone and experimental proof of concept prior to discussions around adding Solid as a permanent feature of the Mastodon codebase. Hey, that would be awesome. Probably as an optional but visible feature. That would be cool. I don't know, do Mastodon codebases have like a plugin library? It would be cool to see that as a plugin that you could bring in. Jim says, was thinking of maybe something along the lines of user exchanging tokens when they interact or something. Not sure. Auth-Z is not my strong suit. Yeah, so when it comes to that, you just need some kind of authority that the user trusts. Now, in the technique of users exchanging tokens, that would mean that the user is implicitly saying, hey, I trust this authority to be saying something about this, which does make sense for chat. So like if everyone has tokens and private keys, then then the user themselves can mint a credential that says, hey, I said this thing. And then the app can look at the credential and can look at what the post says to be posted by, and the app will have business logic that says, okay, that looks good, that checks out, or nope, the signer of this does not match who posted it. So yeah, that's a relatively decent way to do it. Another way that you can do it is just by having some authority, like the way that Liquid Chat does it by saying Liquid Chat is the authority. But you get interoperability problems with that, unless that authority is trusted by every app. Jim says, Mastodon plugin libraries, not that I know of, but something to investigate later. Hadrian says, and that's the territory of communities, trust models, and governance. Indeed it is. Okay. An improvement on the initial version would probably be a more user-centric system where users' data primarily lives on the solid pod, but recently added, bookmarked, or frequently accessed data is cached in a more lightweight implementation of a Mastodon instance containing an in-memory data store, perhaps continuing to utilize. Yeah, that's a big question when building solid apps. Like, where is it? Like, do I have is a solid chat inside? Is like a solid chat a thing that is on someone's pod? What pod should it be on? The way that the data browser in Liquid Chat handles it is it says there is a chat admin who is hosting this chat on their pod on the behalf of everyone else. But another concept of it says, hey, maybe there's like a metadata file on that pod, and then there's a bunch of things that then everyone posts their individual messages on their pods, and that metadata posts to all those individual messages. Now, there's one technique that's more scalable than the other technique. Of course, the one that centralizes every part of the chat is more scalable than needing to make requests out to a bunch of different pods in order to find those chats. But that's not necessarily an egregious scalability problem, because you don't need to load all chats at once. Most chat messages, like chat clients, will just load the previous 10 chats, and then if you scroll up, then it'll load more. But having things stored on its own pod might be cool to really show off. Hey, you truly do own your own chat message. It's your pod. You can delete it if you want to. So eventually, I envision a highly distributed social network where all centralized groupings are entirely based on voluntary association rather than practical necessity or structural or technological limitations, and where the inefficacies of decentralization are obviated by the benefits of the semantic web. Cool. And we've got a video. Let's watch this video. Okay. Here we go. Let's bring this up here. There we go. And I will pause the music and bring this back up. Go on the loudest volume.
Hello to everyone at Inrupt. My name is
Hello.
Jim Stricker. I'm from Team Kobayashi.
Everyone at Inrupt and beyond. In fact, actually, none of the judges are from Inrupt. Ruben is Uhent, and then we have the head of DTI.
And this is a short video demonstrating the functionality of what we've been able to accomplish in our hackathon submission. So this is just a short video demonstrating the functionality. I've also included more detailed information about the project and the motivation behind it in our submission email. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so this is where in the Mastodon code base, authentication, third-party authentication, and OpenID Connect is configured basically through environment variables that are passed into this configuration file for generic OpenID Connect providers. So you can see that we have set Inrupt as the issuer, Inrupt Podspaces as the issuer, and we've set OmniAuth only to true, which is what makes the login button default to using OpenID Connect as the authentication scheme. So what that looks like is you click on the default login submission, login button, you get this landing page saying login with OpenID Connect. This is just default part of Mastodon's functionality.
Mm-hmm.
So login with OpenID Connect, and unfortunately, still have not been able to get past this bug. Ideally, this would redirect to Inrupt Podspaces to authenticate.
Yeah, I get it. That's I'm sorry you had to encounter that. Um, Depending on the configuration of an OIDC provider, it looks like it says invalid redirect URL. There might be uh, there each identity provider might have slightly different rules for redirect URLs. Like, as an example, the default configuration for CSS does not accept redirect URLs that are that have that are not HTTPS. So like even mobile redirect URLs that are some other kind of a protocol, it doesn't accept that. That's a configuration that you need to change in the identity provider. But hey, if you don't if you don't have access to in-route pod spaces, then you might have a problem with that login, especially because you can't change what the redirect URL is, because Mastodon has set this is the redirect URL we're going to use. Yeah.
Authenticate and log in, and then we'll redirect back to the Mastodon landing page with the newsfeed and everything. So still working on resolving this specific issue. Looks like in the Hackathon Slack there's been some discussion about possible solutions, so I will be looking into that after the hackathon for sure. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Thanks so much for watching, and look forward to hearing what you think. Thanks.
Jim says, I tried to make it work on a local CSS server, but didn't quite get it working yet. Yeah. I know how it feels. It sucks that when you've got this great idea and you just want to do code, but it's just configuration issues in your way. I've had so many projects that I'm like, oh, it'll only take 2 weeks, and it ends up taking a month because there's just configuration issues I've not needed to do. So yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Very good. Cool. Well, thank you so much for submitting your thoughts on this. Unfortunately, I think that similar to the first submission, for this one, for the two things that are code-based, the use of linked data and use of access control, I do have to assign 0 points, but I will assign some points for some of the ideas that you put here. So when I go back and do everything else. But with that, we are done with the initial appraisal of all of the projects. And now it's time to just go back through and assign point values. This is exciting. I'm going to very quickly get a tiny snack before I get back into it. But I will be back in a few minutes after I get a tiny snack, because I'm a little bit hungry right now. And we will assign the full point values. All right. See you later. I'm back. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the live stream. All right. Okay. Let's read some comments. OMG, exactly, lol, thanks. Okay, I don't think that there have been any comments since I left. I had a wonderful bagel with cream cheese and a cheese stick. I think there's lots of cheese in that. So that'll be enough to get me through the next section, which is the section everyone's been waiting for, the appraisal. So we've seen all 6 projects. All are pretty awesome. And even the ones that didn't end up being able to submit any code, very thankful that they have come and submitted to the hackathon. It's people like you who will make Solid successful, because Solid is nothing without apps, and nothing without grassroots apps like the ones you're making. With that, let's go ahead and go back through all the projects and assign some point values. Let's start with the easiest point values. I'll start by assigning point values to the ones that I missed for these 2 sections. Use of linked data and use of access control policies. These are the easiest to assign because I can just go back through and see see what was in the code base. Okay, so going back through, we've already assigned the ones for this submission. We gave full points, great use of ACLs, but no ACPs. The big question is, and I think that this is the case for a few of these, okay, no access control policies used, and no access control policies used. So in terms of access control policies, no one seems to have gotten full points for access control policies. So now the question is, between the ones that have been given for 20 points, we've got one that uses universal access but doesn't work on CSS, and then one that uses that has a great use of ACLs but doesn't use ACPs, but does work on it. It does work on CSS, but that shouldn't matter. So how much are we going to use here? Because technically, universal access does use ACPs, but if it only works on NSS, then it's not using ACPs. So does this count as the same amount of point values for someone who has used just ACLs? That is the question we are about to answer. Let me just remind myself for this project, /dat, let me remind myself what the ACLs look like for this. Oh wait, this is the one where there is a outbox. Right. Let me look back at the code for this. Is it not called /dat? It's called /dat. Sorry, /dat, not /dat. Very cool. All right, looking at the code for /dat, we have proper use of the Universal Access API. It's setting public access, and then set public access. Does this do anything other than set public access? Let's see. Oh, CPU is back. Check or create resource. So I have to give points to Vincent and Martin because I think that even though they don't use ACLs, I'll take off 5 points for not using ACLs. But using ACPs. But if they used ACPs in general in Vincent, then that would be a 10-pointer. But no ACPs. Points taken out for no use of ACPs. 15 points. And then when it comes to /dat, okay, what's this doing? It's saying if public access is a partial for access, current access is that, and then if not current access, then then we say universal access, set public access to that. Now the question is this conditional? In check or create, does this do different things depending on something? So check or create multiple resources. Then if we come down here, we should see okay, so it's setting public access for read to be true for a certain bookmark, for a bookmark and a topic. Okay, so it's just making it publicly readable. Check, and then this one is making it public access of resource doc href. Okay. Well, let's see what rules this one has. Okay, this one is also doing a read true. Okay, so the access control rules are obviously a lot more complex in Martin because Martin's setting access control to make sense for like an out folder and an inbox and all of that stuff. I'm going to remove, I will say I'll remove 2 points from /dat for technically being compatible with the universal API, but not being compatible with a server that supports ACPs. So I think that that's rather judicious. And then I will also, I think, remove 5 points in order, because the use of ACPs is not as advanced as it is in Martin. So this is going to be a uses universal access but doesn't work on CSS because it only works on NSS, a server that doesn't use ACPs. -2 points. The use of access control is only editing, is only to provide read access. Access control is used, but is only used to provide read access to the public. So in total, we'll assign this 13 points. Yes, and I will also give the explanation, the use of ACLs, not ACPs, points taken out for no use of ACPs. Cool. Nice. Okay, and I'll also provide explanations for each of these. No code submitted. No code submitted. And code submitted. Man, my typing is laggy because of, I guess, my CPU speed. No code submitted. Cool. And then here, access control was not modified. Access control was not modified. Ba ba ba. Okay, and then I provided explanations there and there. Okay, let's do link data. No code submitted, 0 points. We'll provide the explanation. Used both linked unstructured data. And so it used both unstructured data and used RDF data, all cool. And let's give a review of this one. Good use of linked data. PB is not hosted, no unstructured data. I'm going to mark off 4 points for PB not being there. Yep. No, actually, if this were a 20-pointer, I'd mark off 4 points. But because this is a 10-pointer, I'll mark off, and it's a 10-pointer that contains a lot, so I'll mark off 2 points. PB is not hosted, -2. No unstructured data. I guess unstructured data is technically half of this. So I did submit my forks working branch. Oh. Let's see. You did submit. Do you have a GitHub in here? Let me see if you have a GitHub. I can look at the code. Cool. And Jim. Here we go. Let me see. I've got you covered, Jim. Nope, that's not the right one. Kobayashi. So you've got a video. Indeed. Okay, actually, let me reassess this then. Sorry about that. I also have an email from Vincent that has some things to go through, so I will I will also go through that to make sure that everything's fair. Okay, so we do have a repo here, and I will let me evaluate it based on the code that's provided. So first off, we'll clone it down. You did attach the link, but when I copied it over, it didn't show up. So you said I attached my repository, and this was a link, but copying it over didn't show up. So that's on me. So let's take a look, shall we? Oh, guess what I've forgotten about again? I've forgotten to re-enable the music. Everyone's favorite part. That's too loud. There we go. Okay. Kobayashi. Man, Kobayashi is a big project. Man, this is 14,000 commits. Oh, because it's a fork. It's a fork of Mastodon. That's right. Okay. This is going to be fun to look through, I guess. It's really just the button plus config changes, TBH. Yeah, if you could, once this is downloaded, if you could point me to the right files to look at, that might save me some time. Or I could just do a git log to see the most recent commits and what files those touch. My computer loves it. Okay, so yeah, I'll just look at the most recent commits. I think I have a PR up with a diff. That's awesome. Let me go back and see. Oh, my computer's struggling. Pod spaces. Auto-populate WordPress. Would it be this one? Or new Docker file? No, this doesn't. Okay, this is just like Docker stuff. Yeah. The most recent PR? Okay. This was committed 2 hours ago, so I am going to have to... I can't consider stuff that was from 2 hours ago because the submission deadline was previous. Although I wasn't looking at it for the other submissions. Yeah. So when was the hackathon due? Solid hackathon. When was it due? Wow, I'm a top result. Awesome. It was due on October 1st. So, oh, well, the most recent commit was before then. All right, let's browse files. Or we can just go back here. All right, let's see. Okay. Cool. Well, that's good to know. You say that the most recent commit from 2 hours ago was just redacting a secret. Well, that's good. All right, let's look at this. What have you added? Docker file, Denver container. Okay. All right, this is just Ruby configuration. Proc file. That's a Ruby configuration. Java Mastodon code workspace. All right, headers. Okay, that's doing the OpenID Connect request. Sign in. Begin OIDC authentication. Bash. Cast options. And okay. And Jim says main ones are 3 omniauth RB and dev containers.json. omniauth. All right, let's take a look. So we've got a callback URL, callback environment. Okay, cool. And then the .dev containers. .dev container. .json. Dev. Okay. Is there a, there's this Docker file. That's not a dev container. Oh, so all the things in .json? Okay, yeah. So I guess there has been code submitted for this, which is awesome. And you've definitely done a lot of work for it. But going by the rubric, the JavaScript ones have some stuff that isn't actually working. Okay. Going by the rubric, although I am interested to see the JavaScript ones. Features, emoji, folders, header.jsx. Anything here? Yeah. Side banner. Yeah. So going by the rubric, man, you've done a lot of work here, though. At least in this code base, there's no access control, and there's no use of linked data or storing anything on pods. So I think that the point total needs to stand on this. But again, I feel for the the situation that you were put in, but at least the reasoning won't be no code submitted. It will be submitted code did not use linked data. Submitted code did not use access control. Got it. Awesome. Yeah. Sorry about that, Jim, but I love the idea of the project, and I'd be super excited to see it continue. I'd love to just be able to use a solid pod as a Mastodon instance. That would be super exciting. Now I'm going to go back and I'll make some corrections based on an email that Vincent sent me. So in the same way that a lot of people were in here commenting live, it's only fair that I go back through the comments that Vincent gave, since he went back and watched the video. So Vincent says, the server-side part of Martin doesn't actually send requests to your pod, e.g. Liquid Chat does. It's only meant to send requests to other Mastodon servers. Okay, makes sense. ACP should theoretically work. Once the bug was fixed, I switched back to universal access. I switched back to using the universal access API. Unfortunately, once that was done, I could finally test on ESS. There also appeared to be an issue with dealing with the pod root. So while I couldn't get to work on ESS, ACP should be implemented. Okay, I switched back to using the universal API. So does that mean that the code has universal API that I just missed out on? Let me go back and take a look for Vincent's. If this code, which was submitted 5 days ago, which is illegal, has universal API, then I think by the same logic, by the same logic that I've applied to the other one, then it should at least only get 2 points off. So can I search on GitLab? Yeah, lots of package locks. It is using the universal API. Let me go back in here. You know, I did not look at this code. I should have looked at this code. So let's see. We are setting the public access for read true. Setting the public access for read true. Read true. Well, I am glad I looked back at this, because this has the exact same complexity as the other application. So I will go and update the points for the other application. And I think that these guys are in the same boat. They're both using Universal Access API. There are problems with it, and they both only use simple things. So what I'm going to do is I'll give them both the same score, because this is also only setting things to read true and append to true. Do I give an extra point for setting append to true? Because that is a little bit more complicated. Okay, one extra point for setting append to true. Okay, so I won't subtract 5 points. I'll actually just give it a wash. I won't subtract any points. Great use of ACLs. Use the Universal Access API, so it's technically ACPs. And I subtracted 5 points for the simplistic use, so I'll only subtract 4 points here. So 16 16 points we'll get here. The use of access control was somewhat simple, but both append and read were used. Cool. And then here, instead, I'll give it a use the universal access API, which is compatible with ACPs. Access control is used to provide read access to the public. It's simple but effective, sure. And this one will get 15 points. Cool. Gotta run. All right, see you, Hadrian. Jackson, many thanks for the extremely thorough review of the projects and for the glimpses into the judging process. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Okay. So are we good now with access control? That's cool. Let's go through some of Vincent's other comments. The reason you couldn't see the post you made on Mastodon was actually visible in the Mastodon UI. It says older posts are from other servers are not displayed. Okay, so that is a feature of Mastodon. The reason you couldn't find the ACL files is because in WAC, every resource to an ACL file, but it's not required to exist. If it doesn't exist, you traverse up. Yep, that makes sense. That's only the need for public read. Penny does not support inspecting ACL files. There's a linked resources section at the bottom. You pasted your password, yeah. Yep, I definitely do. I definitely do want to change that. Cool. So okay, so that's Vincent's comments. We are going to go into this next one. All right. So have we done best use of linked data yet? Have we assigned points for all of those? Best use of linked data. Okay. Good use of linked data. Uses of vocab correctly. No use of unstructured data. Ran out of time. Okay. So unstructured data is technically half a linked data, half an unstructured data item. So I have to remove 5 points in order to, because of the lack of unstructured data. So this one will be assigned 10 points. 10, okay. Good use of linked data, interoperable with data browser and chat. So similarly, this one will be assigned 10 points. Did I say pixels? No, points. And then -2 and then there's also no unstructured data, so that's -5, and then -2. So that gives us 3 points. All right, and we've assigned here, and we've assigned here. Cool. Okay, let's go on to most scalable solution. Okay. So we know that conceptually scales as well as Mastodon does, which I'm not going to throw any of the shade against like Query Federation that Mastodon deals with as a scalability problem. Makes sense that it scales as well as Mastodon. So Hadrian says maybe someone will build it at a future hackathon. We need an app that stores the results in a community hackathon pod. Yeah. I was considering using Dokali to take these notes, but ended up not using it. Okay, submitted code did not use linked data. Scales as well as Mastodon does. I think that I am going to take out, for the scalability of solutions that have been submitted, I'm going to take out half the points because the code code doesn't work and there wasn't able to be a demo. But to prove it, I would have liked to see working code. 5 points. And we will apply that same concept here. Okay, scalability of Titan Network. So if Titan Network is built on top of IPFS, I'm unsure if IPFS has. Okay, I don't know if I should apply some of my criticisms for IPFS to the scalability of this server. So, for those of you who are not familiar, allegedly, a lot of the practical instances of IPFS are not actually running through IPFS. It is running through a centralized server that is running the IPFS protocol, and it's using that to route things into IPFS, and that's because there's some scalability problems on it. Do I take that and put it against Titan Network? Obviously, there's no code submitted, so we're already at 5 points maximum that you can be provided. No code submitted to prove the scalability. To prove the scalability. If there was code submitted, I would also like more resources to understand how Titan Network scales itself. I'll only take off 1 point for my lack of understanding of Titan Network. If there were more explanations for it, then perhaps that that point could be found. But it's a single point, so we're going to assign 4 points here. Okay. Most scalable solution for Martin. I think that in the same way, this is just as scalable as Mastodon. The implementation has no scalability problems. And I will give full points to this one because if I'm thinking about the implementation, it doesn't have any kind of problems with taking the data, putting it on a pod. That's done in one. And then everything else is just ActivityPub. Okay. Full points awarded. Don't seem to be any scalability problems. Okay. May not scale for chat rooms that are thousands of users. Yeah. I think that I will remove it does work for a small number of users, and code was submitted for it. So I think that the fair thing would be remove 3 points for this because it does work, but if you were to scale it out to thousands of people, then there might be a problem. To the thousands of users as thousands of requests would need to be slicky. Get out of the way. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Sent to each user. And then we go. So only 3 points are being removed for that, so 7 points. Okay, is that all of those 3? I think so. Okay, now we're into the subjective ones. These are the fun ones. Okay. So let's go first to best use of community management and user choice. Points will be awarded to teams based on their incorporation of data and account migration tooling to allow users to identify and change among social networks and or social network moderation and management tooling integrating Solid. Okay, points will be awarded to teams based on their incorporation of data and account migration tooling. Okay. To allow users to identify and change among social networks and or social network moderations and management tooling. Okay, so specifically this is about, it is tooling to allow you to migrate. So there's a few of these that don't let you migrate. For example, Linked Pro, as much as I love it, Linked Pro is great. We have, it's not migrating data. It is creating new data. So I can't, doesn't allow you to migrate data. It's creating new data. 0 points. And then Solid Slack Bridge definitely lets you migrate data. Slashdot is, it's not letting you migrate data. You're adding bookmarks. So same explanation. Stashdot. Da da da. Okay. then... Oh no! Ah, well, okay. Cat just spilled tea everywhere. Alright. Apparently there's someone at the door, so I'm going to go get that. Okay, I'm partially cleaned up now. Okay, back to this. Okay, so submission 1, in terms of its migration, it technically might be a migration. It's okay. Specifically, what is this criteria saying? It is saying points will be awarded to teams based on their incorporation of data and account migration tooling that allows users to identify and change among social networks or social network moderation and management tooling. Change among social network. Okay, so identify and change among social networks and or social network moderation and management tooling, integrating solid. So is this actually saying points will be awarded to teams based on their incorporation of data and account migration tooling to allow users to identify and change among and or... Okay, I'm going to interpret this as actually, this is social network, so it is either social network moderation and management tooling integrating solid, or it allows them to migrate. Okay, in which case we are going to go back and change linked pro. This is definitely social network moderation. This is a full social network. Oh wait. No use of unstructured data means that this is actually 5 points here. This is a full social network and deserves full points. 15, based on that interpretation. And then, because it's such an impressive social network, for this one, not really social tools. There are no proposed social tools. Titan network. You could build social tools on top of it, but the project itself isn't a social tool. And I will give 0 points there. This is a Mastodon integration. There is nothing more migrate-y about a Mastodon integration, so I am going to give this one full points. Full. No, I have to give it half points because are awarded in concept. I'll round out the half points. Full points are awarded in concept as a Mastodon integration. Fully lets the user. Kabul says, is migrating data about reusability? Then as long as the data, is migrating data about reusability? Then as long as the data use the most interoperable structure, standard vocabulary, it can be migrated. Is migrating data? Yeah, I think that can be an interpretation, and now that I'm reading that differently, that criteria differently, that it is either about migrating and or social network moderation management tooling. Now, is this a moderation tool? Is something like Linked Pro a moderation tool? Good question, good question. I think that I will consider creating social media to be social media moderation. Yeah. Linked Pro definitely did the moderation. Yeah. So I'll give it the full points. Best use of community management for Vincent. For Martin. I do love the web fingers stuff, so that really helps with the migration. Do I assign this one full points too? It didn't have nearly as many features. I'll give this one 2 points for thinking of sharing data. Yeah. Slackbridge was pretty cool. Okay, Linked Pro, also pretty cool. Full points are awarded as the concept is, but fully lets the user migrate from a social network. However, half points were removed for no demo existing. And you know, I'll give it 8 points. And now this is a full social network. It deserves, yep, definitely deserves that. Best use of community management and user choice. For what, Slackbridge? So Slackbridge doesn't let you, Slackbridge is not a, because it's not like, I'll only remove 2 points for this. Because it's not back and forth. It still has utility in an archiving aspect, but it doesn't fully let you remove yourself from Slack. If you were able to send messages back to Slack, then you could live on any solid client and still interact with Slack. And that would be like a full migration. And the fact that you can create an archive of items, of messages sent on a Slack channel, but it doesn't let you fully detach from Slack. If messages were sent back, you could live in a solid chat while still sending messages to your friends on Slack. So I'll remove 2 points, so we'll say 13 points. All right. 8 points. 15 points for that. Yeah, you deserve it. 13 points. Yep. 10 points. Okay, 15 points. Okay, so this doesn't have as many features as like a fully fledged social network. Okay. I think I will also remove 2 points because of a lack of features to let you fully detach from Mastodon, but we can add in relatively for the same logic of removing 2 points from the previous one. Um, remove aspects or detach from certain aspects of Mastodon and move them to a solid pod, but core features like posting, like reading other people's posts, still not available. I will give 13 points. Okay, down to the last two for judging. Most creative implementation. Points will be awarded for the team that comes up with the most creative and original idea for the project. And then best use of social networks. Points will be awarded to teams that based on the quality of their integration with social network technology or service. I am going to consider any use of ActivityPub to be a use of social networks. Okay. So most creative implementation, I love the WebFinger stuff. I think that that is creative. So I think that I will award full points for the creativity here. The use of WebFinger is puts this project apart. I think it making it the most creative project. 20 points. And then, what do I think is the next most creative? I did love how slick the UI was, or how man, these two had pretty good UIs. I think I have to give it to, but is that creative? Is that creative? Is it creative to have a LinkedIn UI? Because it is just a copy of LinkedIn. Points will be awarded to the team that comes up with the most creative original idea for their project. Okay. In that case, if we are going with creative and original, then I love the WebFinger implementation, number one for creativity. We've got a bookmarking app. The idea of putting this on IPFS or Filecoin, Titan Network, Stashdata. An integration with Slack. Okay, so I think that everything else is pretty straightforward in terms of creativity. So I'm going to award it based on UI. Like, does the UI feel good? So the WebFinger was the really impressive part. I will give both. Okay, so this is a 20 pointer. I think that I will give both the submission submission 3 and submission 5, so the bookmarking app, and 5 points. Submission 3, I'll say very slick UI. The app concept is a bit basic, but the implementation of said concept from a design perspective is fantastic. And I will award 16 points. And then submission 5 is the number of features built in 3 weeks is truly impressive. Impressive. May be a clone of LinkedIn, but the amount put into it should be commended, and I will also award 16 points for that. And then, let's see, submission 1. Submission 1 is creative, but it also didn't work. It also wasn't submitted, so I'll have to take out 10 points. Of hosting solid data on an IPFS like service is has never been done before. Half points removed, or no provided code. So 10 points. Meanwhile, an integration in terms of creativity for an integration with Mastodon, I think that there's a lot of philosophy in here that has been provided. So that certainly took some creativity to come up with, to talk about the problem. The essay states problems that take some creativity to solve. To solve the overall goal of providing a Mastodon integration is very let's see, very, come on, forward, half points removed for normal working demo. 10 points. I'll say 8 points because it was straightforward. Okay, so we gave 10 points, we gave full 20 points, we gave 16 points, we have not yet assigned these points. Most creative implementation for Solid Slack Bridge. The idea for a Solid Slack Bridge is forward, but the implementation is needed, and I will assign, because it was such a straightforward idea, I took out 2 points from the previous one, so I will say 14 points because that's the 16 minus the 2 points. Okay, is that everyone? 16, 20, and 10. Okay. Best use of social networks. All right, let's take a look at best use of social networks criteria. Most scalable solution, 10 points. This prize will be, points will be awarded to the teams based on the quality of the integration with social network technology or service. Points will be awarded to teams based on the quality of the integration with a social network technology or service. So that means it does have to be an integration with a social network technology or service. I will consider ActivityPub a social network technology or service. So in that case, submission 1 isn't a social network. Put the proposal to put Solid on Titan network isn't a social integration itself. It's the proposal to put a Solid isn't a social network integration itself. One could be built on top
We'll be in touch. I'll let you know how things go.
of it, but
Oh, Diplo, what were you doing? Sorry to hear about his behavior. It's okay.
what do you do?
He was just hanging out in there.
What?
Oh, this door was open the whole time.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm so sorry, buddy.
It's okay.
See you later.
One could be built on.
Oh wait, let me lock the door after you.
It's not a. Okay, cool. Everything else is social. Okay, social network. Points will be awarded to teams based on the quality of integration. Okay, quality of integration. So as a part of this, it's the quality of the implementation. So which one is the highest quality implementation? The highest quality implementation, I think, would be the Slack bridge. Because it's seen to work properly, even if I didn't test it out. Yeah, so perfect use for this hackathon. Well, okay, then again, the way it's deployed, you need to set up, you need to kind of copy and paste things in and run it. So what do I think the highest quality implementation is? Kobayashi submission letter. The highest quality implementation is, I mean, Linked Pro, very impressive. The reload part of it, it's a little bit rough around the edges. Solid Slack bridge. This didn't integrate with social networks. Who is the highest quality implementation? I think, okay, these are both rough around the edges, so I think I will give 20 points for both of these, because they're or actually, well, once they have it deployed to the Slack library, it won't be that bad. And if they have it running easily, then things will, then it will be really easy to install. Perfect use for this hackathon. Installing is a bit of a pain, but after that it looks like it functions perfectly. 23 points. And I will give Linked Pro, which will be my second place for this one, 21 points. Looks like the amount of features implemented and the similarity to LinkedIn is impressive. This project integrates with ActivityPub. The page refresh is a bit rough around the edges. 21 points. Okay, and then these guys didn't use ActivityPub, did they? Stashdata. Is this Stashdata? Ba 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 ba. Oh. Oh man, my computer's really struggling. Okay, Stashdata is using what? Oh, I didn't give a scalable point for Linked Pro yet. Oh wow, why is my computer struggling so much? Trying to click on Scalable Pro. Yeah. Okay. Good use of linked data, uses vocab. Scalable Pro. Oh, I did not. Okay, yeah. Most scalable solution. Yes. Okay, so possible scalability issues with requests thousands of pods. But it is built. So in the same way, I think that this would receive the same points that that Solid Slack, or not Solid Slack, yeah, Solid Slack Bridge received 7 points because of the 1,000 request thing. Cool. Thanks for pointing that out. And then, okay, Stashdata, right, I can look at the check shapes. Are you using ActivityPub schema? So I can't consider this to be an integration with ActivityPub. Okay, cool. Okay, so unfortunately Stashdata will not have very high points on this one. But I'll give it a bit more points for being a slick UI. Well implemented with few rough edges. I will consider the few rough. There must be just something wrong with loading on my machine. So I'll just consider what I saw in the video. The user interface as well. However, it does not integrate with any social media service. So I'll give it 6 points. Okay, so I'll come back to that. Have I already assigned points here? I have. have I already assigned points here? I have not. In concept, this is a perfect project for this hackathon and integration with Mastodon would let users keep pages on their pods half points removed for no working demo. So I'll go, I guess, 13 points, because I'll round up. Okay, 21 points, 14 points, or 23 points, 6 points. I have not assigned points here yet. Okay, so integrating with Mastodon is the perfect concept for this project. Only few features. The application itself is a bit rough around the edges, but conceptually it's very exciting. I will assign 19 points here. So that puts, at least for this one in that category, below these two. But I think that's it. I think points have been assigned. Now, based on this, I don't know what my ranking is. Let me calculate it. Let's just go ahead and give a final for everyone, and then we'll be done. Okay, so for project 1, we have 0 plus 10 plus, get out of my way. See, 0 plus 10 plus 0 plus 0 plus 4, so that's 14. And now we have 19 plus 20 plus 13 plus 10 plus 16 plus 10 for 187 points. Is that right? Let's see, it's 19 plus 20. That can't be right. Because it should add up to 100. 19 plus 20 plus 13 plus 10. Oh. 88 points. Then we have yeah. You are right, Joe Bro. I did add an extra digit. So now we have 6 plus 16 plus 2 plus 3 plus 15 plus 10 for 52 points. Oh, man, this laggy computer is making it really hard. And now so 23 plus 14 plus 13 plus 10 plus 0 plus 7. $67 points. Then 21 plus 16 plus 15 plus 5 plus 0 plus 7. 64 points. And finally, we have 13 plus 8 plus 8 plus 0 plus 0 plus 5. 34 points. All right. That is it. Well, those are my submission predictions. I think that if it is only fair to say that if there's anyone watching the VOD of this who wants to email me, everyone has my email so they know what it is. If you have any final comments that you want to send me after having seen this, then you can. That's only fair. And you can, but of course, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to influence the results. This was a ton of fun. Thank you so much, everyone who has stayed for the entire time. Thank you so much for people who have come in and out throughout it, and thank you for the people who are watching afterwards. I am truly glad for all of the projects that were submitted, and I am excited to see what happens at the next Solid Hackathon. Awesome. Cool. Well, I'm going to stop streaming now. I will see you all later.